gotta go, then got your message. I want you to know that you are the love of my life, the love of my life. You never leave when the song is over. You ride or die till the end. You're the love of my life. You're the love of my life, my life.
Alright, fellow drifters. Welcome to Gen Con Online Day 2. This is your commentator, Roland Wright speaking. I will once again be commentating and hosting this live stream as we hold our second constructed tournament of the weekend. We have some really awesome players participating today that I'm excited to see compete as we wait for the setup to continue on its way before we are able to begin watching these games. In the meantime, I figured why not talk about some cool Exodus content on the way. Sure you guys would enjoy. Would y'all like to see a guild coming in set 6 that has not been shown online yet? If you looked at the magazine, you've probably seen it, but I figure we might as well chat about it now while we wait for the festivities to begin. Let's see if I can get this on screen for you. Bam. The Isla de la Cartas. Probably did not say any of that right. I think it's Isla del Cartas. Not sure if that's the actual guild name, but this is the Leviathan Guild, as I mentioned in yesterday's stream, with some awesome Leviathan creatures and symmetries on the way. We'll go ahead and zoom in for you, drifters, just so you can get a better look at these beautiful cards. Look at that, Nolag, the Crucible of Time. Gorgeous card right there, with an insane ability. Now, I of course can't really see this very well, but I'll try to read this off in case you need the assistance. While this creature is in play, if you have at least 3 different rarities among your creatures in play, you may attack regardless of any effects or abilities that prevent you or your creatures from attacking. When this creature leaves play, move 2 energy in play somewhere else on the same side of the field. Holy cannoli, we have a really strong counter to chains, as well as, I believe, Tala, the new artifact creature. Completely ignores effects that prevent you from attacking in any way, shape, or form. But having 3 creatures of different rarity is a tall order. Really like the move 2 energy effect on this card. Let me know in the chat what you guys think of Nolag, besides this gorgeous artwork. And now let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other cards. Once again, I apologize. The text on them is quite small. But look at this beautiful spread. All this super haunting yet gorgeous artwork in the background. May be able to get some better files for you guys. Let's go ahead and bring up something else. There we go. That obviously came in hyper zoomed. There we go. Sails of the Fallen. This is, as you can see, a rare symmetry. This card remains on the field when it is played and leaves play when it is targeted. Whenever a Leviathan enters play, add 1 energy beneath this card, and when this card leaves play, move the energy beneath it to your Leviathans in play however you like. Wow, that is quite the effect. This is essentially an energy bank, as both players, anytime they play a Leviathan creature, it's going to be storing a free energy underneath this card, and should this card get targeted by anything, like a Crystal Cove, all that energy comes flooding into your Leviathans. What a great way to show your opponent that you are slowly building a terrifying board. Now, let me know once again what your thoughts of this card are in the chat. Let's load up another one from that page that we can fawn over here. Now, while I have expressed my absolute adoration for the Machine Guild, I have to say these Leviathan cards looking quite tempting. Here we have Season of Torrents. This is a common symmetry. Send 1 energy in play to the owner's hand. If you have 2 or more Leviathans in play, send 1 energy from each opposing creature and pile in play to the owner's hand instead. Wow, for a common symmetry, that is quite powerful. This looks to be a great offense or defense card, and as we're going to see, Leviathans will love moving energy around, including bouncing it to the owner's hand. That, of course, means that you're going to be wanting some hand destruction like a Vortex there. Say, hey, I'm going to send all this energy to your hand, but I'm going to blow it up too. This is a great card. If you play this while your opponent has 3 creatures out, oof, that's 3 energy. Actually, just 3 piles, 3 creatures, it doesn't matter. Absolutely bananas. Let me know what you think in the chat box. All right, let's go ahead and move on. I apologize for any gaps in conversation as I'm trying to communicate with Existence Games as well as a few other players here. Let's move on to the next card, Ghost Ship Galleon. This is a spooky Leviathan mist form. While this creature's in play, once per turn, your opponent loses 1 life point whenever energy is moved on the field or sent from their field to their hand. Oh, wow, that is, of course, going to be a direct damage. I think, obviously, as I mentioned, Leviathan's really loving the idea of just moving energy around. So this card, most likely going to be hitting your opponent for 1 damage every single turn. It's probably going to be a high priority card for your opponents to take out. Otherwise, they're going to be bleeding life points, slowly but surely. And let's move on to the next card. I'm not sure if we have... I'm pretty sure we have 1 more. I'm not sure if we have any more than that. Let's bring up... There we are. This is going to be Lost at Sea. Another common symmetry. Target 1 energy in play and send it to the owner's hand. You may draw 1 energy. This is, of course, very similar to something like Sandblasted Source. It's essentially just a 1 removal followed by a draw. Now, what's interesting is this card, obviously not very strong on its own. This is kind of what you'd expect a common card to be. They're very simplistic and typically just slightly weaker than something like Chains. Energy drawn to hand, usually not really that good. You'd prefer it going to the field, but that energy bounce does mean that Ghost Ship Galleon, as we just previewed, would deal 1 damage to your opponent. And with this being the last Leviathan card we have to look at, I'm curious to see if we'll see additional Leviathan cards that maybe destroy energy in hand or something along those lines. Since that will, of course, really buff cards like this up. So that's the Leviathan Guild, and it's looking pretty neat. Now, admittedly, unlike the other 3 guilds shown in Set 6, the Leviathans aren't using their own unique mechanic. They're specifically about moving and gaining energy. But still, pretty cool stuff. What do you guys think of the Leviathan Guild? Have a preference? Now that you've seen all 4 guilds shown in Set 6, what are your thoughts on them? I'm, as I mentioned, very excited to play Machine, but Leviathan's looking very cool as well. And as someone has mentioned in chat, Brigantine, probably very excited. Now, it looks like the judges are currently assisting a player with a technical issue. I'm sure once that is done, we'll likely have them joining us and begin play. In the meantime, I will be speaking with you guys in the chat, answering any questions you may or may not have. Just a reminder, today is a Swiss tournament, 6 players competing, including Jake from Existence Games. Players will be playing 3 rounds, no elimination. Here's that splat. There will be prizes awarded for this tournament, of course, including 3 times the organized play points. To better help those players get to Worlds 2021. Players required to submit evidence that the cards they are using are in fact cards they own in real life. Although there's never really a way to be absolutely sure. It's the best we can do here. And hopefully we're going to get some great games as a result. Now, if you would like to participate in a tournament, it's still not too late for you to sign up for the Sunday Draft Tournament. That's going to be at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The buy-in will be $18. And players will receive 4 booster packs, physical, mailed to them, as well as any secret rares and rare energy that they pull in the digital draft, which is a pretty awesome kind of participation trophy, I suppose. But they will, of course, also receive any potential awards, such as promo cards, sketch cards, and the like. And that will be an $18 buy-in for that tournament. We had one yesterday. If you'd like to watch that at some point, you can catch that on the Existence Games YouTube channel, as well as this tournament and all of the Gen Con tournaments. Their live streams are featured on the channel. Thank all of you guys for being here. Don't be a stranger. Feel free to chat. I'll keep an eye on it throughout the tournament. If you have any questions, we'll certainly give them an answer. In the meantime, Still waiting to receive those deck lists, but I suspect, similar to day one, we will have a lot of Chrono decks being played here. Chrono, of course, coming out on top this season, with cards like Brigantine and Anathema heavily dominating the meta. But Shardfolk and Reveal decks aren't far behind. Freeze did get some support in the form of Cold Crux, as well as a couple of other symmetries like Lucia, Frozen Fortitude, and Encased Rune Rock. Reveal also looking pretty strong this season, with cards like Vancier, to a lesser extent Cold Crux, although personally I think cards like Valshroom and Glistening Undergrove really good. Nick in the chat calling out the fact that Eventide Sword will count that Sales of the Fallen card, or will counter it. Very good call out, Nick. Totally accurate. Flashfire, of course, also still will be useful for preventing Ghost Ship Galleon from doing that direct damage, as will Anathema. I suspect we will still see Chrono as a popular guild for years to come, but the question is, can other guilds still manage to overcome what Chrono brings to the table? And I do believe we may see that next season. Frost Warrior in chat saying, Shardfolk for life. Absolutely, my man. As a Season 1 and Season 2 Shardfolk main, I do miss it. I do miss playing those cold-hearted peeps. This season I did run a Shardfolk deck that was all about, essentially, the goal was to ensure your opponent never summoned a creature. We got a glimpse of that actually yesterday during the draft. We saw, I think one player was running quite a few Frozen Fortitudes and the like, and they were doing a great job at, like Ashen Aftermath as well, they were doing a great job at preventing their opponent from ever actually summoning a creature for a good turn or two. And that's kind of what Shardfolk can pull off this season. Of course, the tried and true Chief Bandit energy spam, still a viable deck as well, but now Shardfolk certainly have a secondary option, which is kind of energy management, using cards like Encased Rune Rock, Cryogenic Criterion, Lucia, Leavedross, Frozen Fortitude, Desecrated Shipwreck. All these cards existing in Cold Crux as a way to essentially say, hey, I don't care how much energy you have, you're not summoning anything on it. You want to split it to a bunch of small piles? Well, I got a Desecrated Shipwreck for you. You want to stack it all up on one big pile? Well, I'm just going to freeze one energy and prevent you from summoning. It'd be pretty nasty. Still lack a strong way, however, to get over the Brigantine. The Brigantine, of course, being able to just use its ability to move on a pile, regardless of frozen energy or not. But we may see that change someday, especially as Chrono may begin to fall off a little bit with Set 6 release and potentially a Set 7. Looks like players are starting to load into the lobby. We may see some activity. I appreciate all of your patience as we all eagerly wait to hop in and begin watching these games. As I mentioned before, I'm really excited. I believe we have some big titans of the Exodus world competing today. I think we may see Alex from day one participating, as well as Ed B. one of the larger streams, or larger streams, one of the larger players, top tier on the leaderboards. I apologize if you're experiencing any stream delay right now or any kind of quality issues. Looks like I am having some connectivity problems right now. Alright, it looks like my quality has improved. Games starting now. Round 1 pairings will be Nick J versus Alex P, Ryan J versus Jake M, and Ed B versus Zach C. Both Nick, Alex, and Zach and Ryan all returning players. Very happy to see them joining us today. Players still going to be loading in. And we'll begin viewing those games shortly. As always, just a reminder, this stream is on a big time delay to prevent any possible cheating. But I will be responding live in chat with a possible delayed response over stream. For this first round, we will be watching Jake M against Ryan. Maybe we'll watch Nick versus Alex. Yeah, we'll go ahead and watch Nick versus Alex over here on the left side of the screen once they come on in first. Really excited to see this matchup. Nick, of course, won the booster draft, and Alex won the constructed tournament on day one. Looks like Nick may have tweaked his deck a little bit since day one, if he participated at all. I don't have that deck list anymore, unfortunately. As a reminder as well, players are all new to Tabletop Simulator. Some of these people have really not used it before, so I ask for your understanding as we have potential complications. Players, of course, trying to figure out all of the controls to Tabletop Sim. Now, I am getting fed the deck lists here, and as predicted, we are going to be seeing a lot of Chrono today. Looks like Ryan will be running that kind of almost reveal Chrono hybrid deck. Nick just running a good old Chrono beatdown. Zach running a Devour deck. That's going to be exciting to see. Really like to see him pull that off in all of its devouring goodness. Devour decks are such a treat to watch when they actually succeed. It's a very combo-centric deck. They're still currently setting up right now. Players currently still setting up. In the event that you were curious as to what the state of the game was. As mentioned previously, some of these players haven't used Tabletop Simulator before, or right now we do have another technical issue. It's going to be something that comes up a lot when you're having an online tournament. Hopefully though, once players get started, those issues won't be around much longer. We were very fortunate in the previous 2 days to have pretty much no technical issues at all. Yesterday, stream started very quickly. Games got going. And right now it looks like Alex P also running a Devourer deck today. So we don't have just one, we have 2 Devourers in action. Makes you wonder if they planned that. I wonder if we'll see a Devourer on Devourer match. And then on the side of Ed B, we have a Chrono Beatdown. He's been running this most of the season. He's likely very comfortable with this deck list. We're still currently prepping, but in the meantime, really excited to see some of this gameplay here. It looks like Ed B has changed up his formula a little bit from what we've seen in the past. Really curious to see how that plays out for him. Looks like he may have been watching some of these previous streams, or maybe from tournaments just before the pandemic started. I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys in, as players will begin shortly. There you go. As a reminder, it's a little hard for me to see where the I can't see the overlay on my screen, so if it's blocking something, I'll try to move every now and then and let you guys know what might be in a player's hand. In the bottom screen, we have Alex P, and in the top we have Nick. Nick being one of our younger players, very obviously talented, knows his way around Exodus. And players will shortly decide who goes first here. Remember, we're going first. Quite a big advantage, but whoever loses gets to choose to go first if they wish in the second round, or second game rather. Look at those dice roll. And then, of course, if you're curious, Jake, Existence Games, is participating to fill out our roster today. He's not eligible for any prizes. His deck list will be a Devour deck. Wow, we have 3 Devour decks in today's tournament. That is so exciting to hear, and they're all just a little bit different. Jake opting to run a full suite of regularity cards. That includes Tethered to Eventide. Also Madness Settles and Ethel, which is an interesting combo. Haven't really seen that one before. That seems like something new that Jake has come up with. Jake will be playing in the bottom right as the white player down here. His opponent is, as previously mentioned, going to be Ryan once Ryan loads in. Ryan will be up here in the top right at some point. Looks like Nick has drawn his opening hand. Not sure why this Anathema is revealed right here. Looks like Ryan's loaded in. He's the blue player in the top right. We're going to be focusing primarily on Alex and Nick's game. Over here on the left side of the screen, Ed versus Zach will be in a different room. We may get a chance to view that game later on. Players drawing their opening hands. Let's see who is going first. Looks like they're fixing that Anathema issue. Anathema, of course, in real life, a double-sided card. Typically, your card is required to be sleeved in something opaque, so you can't see the back side of it. Some players just own 2 Anathemas for the sake of bringing in the second version. And in this case, that's kind of what we're doing here. The double-sided version is removed and instead only brought in when the player actually needs the creature side of Anathema, since the symmetry side is the default side of the card. And it looks like this game will be kicking off now. Will Nick be going first? It looks like his hand is... Yeah, there we go. There's the energy coming out from Nick. He puts down 3 piles of 1. Quite interesting. Followed by a Hazardous Brigantine and a Chronograph of a Legion. And a Smokestream, the Perfect Mimicry. He's practically daring Alex to take out all these creatures. If Alex does, Chronograph represents a possible 9 damage on Nick's next turn. Nick, of course, because he's going first, cannot attack just yet. Alex taking his turn, also opting to play down 3 piles of 1. Something we do see common a little bit this season, since Chronos oftentimes don't care if they're destroyed. They actually want to be destroyed for those afterthought effects. If Alex was holding a Mysterious Sojourner in hand right now, he'd probably just play it, wiping out Nick's board, but then he'd be facing down 9 damage from that chronograph. Alex really has to heavily consider what he wants to do here. It's very possible he may just... He starts off with an Eroda's Ascendance right out of the gate. Pay half your life points, round it down, send all cards in your main deck to the graveyard, then summon an Eroda and or Devour from hand or grave. If possible, move your Afterthoughts underneath it. Opposing creatures can increase the rest of the turn. I can't believe I'm seeing this played right now. Alex has no Chronos in play. He's about to pay half his life to summon an Eroda/Devour on a pile of 1. Nick has no cards in hand. We'll have to let this resolve. Alex dropping down to 5. Perhaps he intentionally wanted to be at half. Looking over Alex's deck, he does have some cards that may benefit from this. Yeah, so reminder, that made Alex's deck go to the grave, in which case now he can look for that Eroda and Devour and summon it. It'll only go to a pile of 1, so I'm kind of surprised he didn't throw it on a pile of 3. It seems like a possible play. The Eroda will go underneath the Devour, which means he can use the Eroda to destroy a creature in play. He may opt to destroy the Smokestream, possibly. Or he might save it for something else. He can also use it to destroy any symmetries his opponent possibly plays. Ah, here's the play. Alex saying, hey, I also triggered these silent irregularities by sending it to the graveyard, which means he gets to add an energy beneath his main deck or to a creature in play. Now, because that interrupts the effect, I believe the energy could go to the main deck, at which case it's revealed. But it won't... I don't think he can add it to his Eroda, since his Eroda is not on the bottom of his deck. It'll be a resource that Alex now has. Alex was running 2 irregularities, so that's going to be 2 energy on the bottom of his deck to pay for things like unsummons, vortexes, coves, whatever. So, well done. And then, of course, he's most likely going to summon this Eroda or Devour. He may not. I don't know. Is this a May effect? Yeah, this is a May effect. He may choose not to summon anything. Maybe he just wants the Eroda and Devour deck cycled. That's a possibility. We'll see what he does here. I suspect we may see him pop an effect to destroy something and then run into the Smokestream. We'll see. Alex is sitting with 2 cards in hand as well. Those 2 cards most likely going to help him defend against Nick's turn. As I mentioned before, Nick does have potential 9 damage on his side of the field if he so desires. And that's because of that Chronograph Afterthought ability. So it really depends on what Alex has in his hand if they can keep him in this. And unfortunately, none of these are great targets for Devour. I think Alex really wants this Devour destroyed this turn, so it deck recycles on his next turn. That would be ideal. I think he's triggering his ability to sacrifice the Eroda fodder underneath it. And yeah, he is going to destroy that Smokestream. That's probably the best option he has, since destroying the Chronograph will really mostly help Nick, as well as destroying the Hazardous. The Hazardous will just say, whatever, I'll just come back, man. Now, we are missing 1 judge today, so Jake will be judging both this left game as well as the game he is participating in, which will complicate things a little bit. A judge was called to this game, unsure what they may be discussing. Nick may be contesting, can Devour actually activate to destroy a creature once it's already in play? The answer is yes. If the creature has an ability on it, it's been ruled that Devour can destroy it with its ability. It does not, it just says to negate a card effect or ability and destroy that card. This is considered an ability. It does not say on the stack. If it said a card effect or ability that was on the stack, that would be a little different. But anything with an ability is fair game, including afterthoughts. Those are considered technically afterthought abilities. I'm really curious as to what Alex may have in his hand here, because it certainly needs to be quite valuable. Looking at Alex's deck list, I'm pretty sure I have an idea of what might be in hand, because he very confidently slammed down that Eroda's Ascendance at the start of the game. Not something you usually see, but he was certainly very okay with it. And I'm assuming it's because these two cards in his hand are usable. Unsure what might be transpiring right now. Suspect it may be what I mentioned before. Well, as we patiently wait. Judge currently going over the state of the game. While we wait for this judge ruling, we can take a peek at Jake's game. Jake's game is not looking hot. Ryan with a full board. Jake's sitting at only 5 health points with an Eroda under deck. No energy. That's what you call a sad Eroda. Looks like this is over. The dispute is done. I don't know what happened. I do suspect it was most likely the Devourer. It was most likely Nick asking for clarification on whether or not the Devourer could destroy that smoke stream. The answer being yes. It does not destroy the energy, which is why Nick brought that back out. Smoke stream becoming an afterthought, which will prevent Eventide Sword from wiping out all of Nick's afterthoughts. Meanwhile, looks like Nick activating Brigantine's ability to turn it into an afterthought will most likely pop it to destroy the Devourer. Now, Nick could opt to destroy his own chronograph to turn it into an afterthought. That would set him up nicely for his next turn, but he decides to take out the Devourer instead. Alex probably pretty happy about this. His entire deck is in grave. When it comes to his turn, he will reshuffle that and have a chance of drawing into those cards again. Nick starting his turn off with a Glistening Undergrowth. This lets him reveal the top or bottom card of his deck. If it's a creature, he can draw it. If it's a Symmetry, he can draw it or discard it to destroy an energy. It is a Symmetry, so now he has to decide, does he want to send it to grave to destroy an energy, or does he want to draw it? Both options are very tempting here. Glimpse is a pretty solid card. Destroying the energy, though, equally as good in this situation. Now, for some reason, Nick just shuffled his deck. Technically, he's not supposed to do that. But it most likely doesn't matter, fortunately, because there was no, besides that glimpse that Nick just added to his hand, there was no other viewing or anything of this deck, so him shuffling it, mostly meaningless, but technically he was not supposed to. Nick playing that glimpse out, both players gaining an energy, Nick drawing a card. Now Nick still has to consider, does he, I'm assuming he's not going to try to go for a chronograph afterthought assault here. He just doesn't have the state of play he really needs for that. He decides to play an End of the Rift just to draw an energy card. Now, reasonable choice. I don't believe either player is running a Vortex. Nick's just going to drop all of this energy out. He should have quite a bit in his hand. So he's going to be swinging for a lot of damage. Alex really needs to have some defensive card on these two cards in his hand. Now Nick, only 2 cards left in hand. He needs a creature there. As a reminder, he does have Brigantine in his grave. We'll see if he remembers to pull that out to attack with, because if he forgets, it's very common for a player who hasn't used Brigantine before to forget that they have it in grave. He decides to throw down an Anathema. This is very dangerous for Alex. Let's see if Alex has any responses in hand. This Anathema, does that pressure lethal now? That does. Nick technically holding lethal right now by playing this Anathema. Alex desperately needs to have something in hand that will halt this lethal damage. Yeah, Nick summoning the Anathema to that pile of 3, which will allow him to rearrange his entire deck. And because Anathema is now visible to players, life points cannot change except by attacks. Nick has 9 damage, but if he brings that Brigantine to this pile of 1, he does have a 10 damage. And it looks like Alex concedes this game. Nick taking game 1. You have to wonder, does Alex regret playing that Eroda's Ascendance early? I do think it was a pretty well done Eroda's Ascendance. You couldn't predict that Nick would gain just this insane amount of energy on his turn. Very well done by Nick. An excellent game 1 as we move into game 2. Fortunately, Devour decks do of course require a lot more strategy here, a lot more, I hesitate to say luck. It's just, they're certainly less adaptable than a beatdown deck, which has almost no requirements. In the meantime, I'm told on table 3, Zach won game 1 against Ed. And I believe this looks to still be game 1 for Jake and Ryan, although Jake not looking very good here. Because Alex lost game 1 on this side of the table, he will be going first. Well, he technically gets to choose if he wants to go first, but as we all know, most players will choose to go first. Alex starting out with some energy. Looks like Alex just plays a pile 2 and 1 and passes play over to Nick. Devour decks commonly may not have great opening turns here. Their symmetries are typically there to support the Devour play, so there's really not a lot of exciting stuff they may do. But no creatures coming out on the side of Alex. It's certainly unfortunate for him. He probably would have loved to have some creatures to throw out as kind of sacrificial pawns. Let's see if Nick can actually take advantage of this window of opportunity. Nick deciding to throw down a pile of 2, 3. That's less common in Constructed. If his opponent has an unsummon, he would of course be able to heavily punish Nick for this. However, it does appear that Alex is not running unsummon this game. Nick taking advantage of that, he plays a Flash Fire on a pile of 3. It's going to generate a new energy pile for him. And a Brigantine off the bat on that pile of 1. That's pretty devastating for Alex. You hate to see Brigantines hit play this early in the game. They're so difficult to play against and around, and especially for a Devour deck, it's quite frustrating. Looks like Nick is thinking about popping an energy right off the bat. He does. He destroys an energy off of Alex's pile of 2. Alex drawing his next hand. And he reveals that he drew an Erota from his main deck. When Erota is drawn, it's instead sent to the bottom of the main deck, and Alex will draw a replacement card. At the end of every single player's turn, Alex must feed an energy to Erota at the bottom of that deck. You see Alex drew a card that got bugged a little bit there. Alex playing out his energy. Pile of 2, pile of 2, a pile of 1. Glimpse of the Sanctuary coming out on the side of Alex. Both players gaining an energy. Alex will draw a main deck card. Wow, and we see a Desecrated Shipwreck come out from Nick. Oh, that hurts Alex so much here. Nick just has to discard a card from his hand. Then each opposing blank pile in the field loses 1 energy. It looks like he discards a Hazardous Brigantine that he just moved to his hand to play that effect. Alex responds with his own Hazardous Brigantine in hand. He moves it on this pile of energy. Desecrated Shipwreck only clears blank piles, which means Alex has effectively saved. I'm unsure what's happening here. Alex has saved the, there we go, the pile of energy by moving a Desecrated Shipwreck to it. This effectively means that Nick had to spend 2 cards to destroy 2 energy. Alex managing to mitigate some of that damage. Had he lost that 3rd energy, that would have been a lot worse. And now that Alex has a Hazardous Brigantine out, he has a chance of holding off this game from getting much worse for him. That Brigantine is going to be very important in allowing Alex to build up this Erota. He just needs to stall for time. Erota decks, while they can be built to ramp up very quickly, Alex seemingly not running that kind of Erota deck. He is opting more of a longer game build, I believe, with a lot of supporting energy, or sorry, supporting symmetries. He plays the Sign of a Crow. This will let him discard a card from hand to search a deck for a Chrono. Add it to hand. He does not have to reveal to his opponent what that is. He decides to discard Devour, most likely accepting that this Devour will not see play for quite a while. And if he uses Eroda's Ascendance, he can get the Devour out anyway. So he's certainly wanting a different Chrono. You may see something like a Flash Fire or an Irregularity here. Regularity, really strong card for Devour decks, because they help feed that Eroda, while also enable things like Chronological Relapse and Tether to Eventide. Great defensive and offensive tools. So Alex moving the card to hand. Unsure if he shuffled his deck. I wasn't looking at the time. Sign of the Crow goes to the discard. Let's see if Alex summons this creature he just added. I suspect it'll be Silent Regularity, but it also may be a Flash Fire. But at the moment, Flash Fire would be something you'd want if he had a big pile of energy, which he does not. So we may see Irregularity. The Irregularity could go on this pile of 1. That'd be a pretty good option. And then the Brigantine could double trade with this Flash Fire. He did pull out the Flash Fire. He did not get the Irregularity. And let's see if he trades both of his creatures for his opponent's Flash Fire. Nick, no cards in hand. He cannot respond to anything currently happening. Brigantine has already resolved on the side of Nick, so that's not coming into play this turn. Looks like Flash Fires will trade here. Is Alex suicide bombing it? That's going to drop Nick's Flash Fire down to 1 energy. And Alex will generate a new pile of energy, but he'll also lose 2 energy. I'm not really sure what's happening here. There we go. One of these energies should be taken off the field. The Flash Fire had attacked with 2, which means it generates 1 and then dies. So this energy that Flash Fire was on should be removed. Brigantine trading. Currently letting the judge know. So once again, to reiterate what happened here, the Flash Fire was on a pile of 2 and attacked. It will generate an additional pile, but then die, which means the 2 energy the Flash Fire was on would be removed. In the meantime, Alex is looking a little better here. He has 3 cards remaining in his hand and a Brigantine engraved to utilize. He's managed to hold off Nick for this game. Hello.
Confusing.
I don't know what's underneath it.
Hey guys, I was watching. If you'd like a rundown of what happened, Alex, you had flash fire on a pile of 2 as you stated. The
Right.
flash fire being summoned generated a 4th pile of energy on your field, the far right
Right.
one. When the flash fire attacked, it would generate that bottom energy you have there, but the 2 energy underneath the flash fire should be destroyed, which is that second from the left one.
Right. This one.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Glad we were able to clear that up. And play should resume on Nick's side of the field. Do a fresh new hand. Remember, he does have that Brigantine in there. End of Alex's turn, that energy will have to go to a Rhoda. But I'm sure Alex more than happy with that, since that will allow him to begin building up a big, strong boy. Nick playing Glistening Undergrove. It's going to allow him to reveal the top card. He reveals a Crystal Cove. Does he add that to his hand, or does he destroy an energy here? It's a difficult decision. Crystal Cove, very powerful, but he knows Alex only has 2 energy in play. This is a very critical decision here. He opts to move it to his hand. I agree with that. I think both options were viable, but Crystal Cove just such an important card of the game. He decides to play a Glimpse of the Sanctuary right away. Both players gaining an energy, Nick drawing a card. Now remember, Alex does have his own Hazardous Brigantine in grave, which he will be able to utilize on defense here. Nick playing out a pile of 3. And see what might happen here. Nick has a Brigantine engraved. Does he have anything else? He does have an Anathema. This is going to be pretty significant. The question is, will Nick bring out Brigantine first? If Nick brings out Brigantine in response to his own Anathema, he can use Anathema to add 2 energy to that Brigantine. But if he resolves Brigantine first, which he is, he's going to have to put 2 energy underneath his main deck. Seems like he may have forgotten that he has a Brigantine in his grave that he could have used for this Anathema. Would have given him... He technically does have lethal, so it's not the end of the world. He has 6 damage on board, but he may need that extra 2 damage in regards to Alex's own Brigantine coming into play. So that may end up biting him in the behind here. Nick rearranging his deck now that Anathema has been summoned, and once again, life points cannot be changed except by direct attacks, so long as Anathema is visible to all players. And as you can see, this is the sketch Anathema. Here's the normal Anathema as the symmetry side. Unfortunately, no creature-sided one available for us to look at right away. Now, Alex is sitting with 3 cards in his hand. That is a significant amount of cards. Any number of those could be defensive options, such as Leech or possibly a Chronological Relapse, as we know he's running. Problem is, he can't use the Relapse or Tether to Eventide until he gets his Silent Irregularity out, which is why I'm surprised he didn't bring it out before. Unfortunately, Nick, critically forgetting that he has a Hazardous Brigantine in grave, Alex may opt to not even remind him here. No, and there it is. Nick looking through graveyard. Does bring out the Brigantine. Is it too late? It probably won't matter, as Alex is bringing out his own Brigantine. Keep in mind, had Nick played this differently, his Brigantine would have hit for 5 damage, leaving Alex at 1 health. But because of the way Nick resolved that Anathema, those 2 energy were sent to underneath Nick's main deck. Now, will that matter in the larger scheme of this game? Unsure. Alex definitely needs to work to get back into this game. If he loses, he will have lost round 1. Because Alex is now exactly at 3 life points, he does play that chronological relapse. But Nick responding immediately with that Crystal Cove we saw added to hand. Alex forced to freeze that relapse. Nick paying from his anathema. Attacking for 3. Alex can at least bring back his own Brigantine to help block against Nick's Brigantine. This is an important turn for Alex. I have an idea of what may be in his hand. Fortunately, though, things looking a little bit better. At the end of Nick's turn, Alex will have to add that final energy to his Eroda, bumping it to 2. Alex taking his turn, drawing 3 from main deck and 3 energy cards. Really needs to work hard here. He has to close this gap between players. Alex playing out his energy cards. We see a pile of 3. Hit play. Interesting choice. That means he won't be able to make use of the Brigantine this turn. Surprised we didn't see him summon something else. It looks like he just wants to make use of this Flash Fire. I can't blame him. He desperately needs the energy, and this Flash Fire will pave the way for Hazardous Brigantine to be brought out if needed. This is Alex's best bet at getting back some of this board space he lost. That Eroda taxing him energy every turn, making it very difficult for Alex to build a board, but with that Flash Fire, he's going to get a much needed boost. Desecrated Shipwreck, played by Nick earlier, of course not really helping Alex. A Leech coming out, definitely something Alex wants to see. Targeting the Anathema, that's going to drop the Anathema down to 1 energy. Curious if we're going to see that added to Brigantine or Flash Fire. We see it added to the Brigantine. A little surprised by that. If he had added the energy to his Flash Fire, he could have had this Brigantine Suicide run here, followed by pop this Brigantine, but now his Flash Fire is going to be forced to attack his opponent's Brigantine. This is going to generate another energy for him, though, which is excellent, and he hasn't used the Brigantine ability yet. Alright, take back what I said. Yeah, he used that first Brigantine to pop the Anathema, and then the second Brigantine to attack that one. And now Flash Fire has a current open field. He's going to be able to swing for 3 on Nick. Spawn an energy. Alex can bring back another Brigantine to then attack with. Looks like Nick popping 1 energy from the Flash Fire. Flash Fire makes an energy. Alex searching for Brigantine. He's going to pull that out and attack for an additional 1. He's looking very strong right now. I'm curious, when his turn ends, will he feed Eroda energy from his Flash Fire or from his Brigantines? Not sure what card this is that just... Oh, that's the Frozen card. That's the... It's the Chronological Relapse. That will unfreeze at the end of Alex's turn. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what he could target here. He decides to pay Eroda's cost with his Brigantine. Chronological Relapse will resolve. Unfortunately, he cannot use Leech and he may just use Glimpse to draw a main deck card. Nothing too exciting for him to choose. He could also choose Sign of the Crow. Although I'm not sure that would be what's best right now. Depends on how much he wants another creature in hand. Not sure what he's choosing right now. If he made a decision, he's looking in Nick's graveyard. Remember, Chronological Relapse can target any player's graveyard and play that card. He chooses the Anathema. That's actually a great choice. Nick quickly playing Crystal Cove. He can play it, but I think he returned it to his hand. Nick has 2 energy underneath his main deck. He can use to pay for that Crystal Cove, but Nick is a newer player. He may just be thinking that he has no energy to spend here, but he does. He can play that Crystal Cove, and he does, and he is going to be paying from that bottom. What's important to note here, a ruling, when this Anathema unfreezes, it will resolve for Nick instead of Alex. It looks like Nick choosing... Ideally, he chooses to freeze the Anathema instead of the Chronological Relapse. He wants to freeze Anathema, not the Relapse. And it looks like maybe Alex is telling him, you played it out of turn. I was only targeting Anathema. I hadn't used it yet. That's going to really bite Nick in the back here. So just to reiterate what I just said, Alex playing Chronological Relapse, he was targeting the Anathema, and Nick just played the Crystal Cove. Anathema not on the stack technically yet, so Crystal Cove could not freeze the Anathema, could only freeze the Relapse. Nick playing a Glistening Undergrove, he reveals a Chronograph of Legion and adds it to hand. It's a good card, gives Nick an opportunity to reclaim the board that Alex is now control of. Alex immediately popping his Brigantine here to destroy that 1 energy. I cannot understate how badly that Crystal Cove backfired on Nick. It could have helped him so much, but unfortunately, overeager played it a little too soon. Hopefully next time he keeps that in mind. Timing ever so important in regards to resolutions. Looks like Nick just ends his turn. Interesting. No, not quite. Oh, it looks like Nick used his own Brigantine. Sorry, Nick used his own Brigantine to pop an energy from Alex's field. Alex saying, I'm going to use my Brigantine ability to become an afterthought. He's likely planning to destroy one of these energy before Alex has a chance, or sorry, Nick has a chance to summon to it. Nick, only 1 energy to use. This is why Brigantine is just so deadly. Decides to summon a Chronograph. He may just use it to attack Alex's Flash Fire here. I think that would be ideal. He chooses not to. He is passing his turn. That's going to give Alex a free energy the next time this Flash Fire attacks. So Alex probably very happy that his opponent just passed the turn. Nick most likely thinking that he really needs to have some kind of defender, but that may once again backfire against him. Let's see what Alex has. Almost all of his deck is gone. He almost certainly has Aurora's Ascendance in hand. The question is, will he play it? He doesn't have enough Afterthoughts in play to really make the best out of it. He may wait one full rotation before playing Eroda's Ascendance. That'll all but guarantee that his Eroda/Devour has enough energy and afterthoughts to take this game. This can really go either way, guys. This is, despite what the life points may say, it is a very close game. Either player just one bad or good hand from victory or defeat. Alex, the double irregularity, he decides to attack with a flash fire, which will generate another pile of energy for him. As I mentioned before, that chronograph could have attacked. It would have led to this same result, but at the very least, Alex wouldn't have this extra energy that he can now move his Brigantine to. Alex able to attack for direct. Next turn, he will be able to win with an Eroda's Ascendance. Actually, Alex may be unable to play Eroda's Ascendance due to the Anathema in Nick's graveyard. Anathema prevents players from changing life points except by direct attack, and Eroda's Ascendance is a pay half your life effect. At the end of Alex's turn, he's forced to pay an energy. He pays one off of his silent regularity and decides to send it to grave to add an additional energy beneath his main deck. That is one big Eroda. Chronological Relapse resolving here. Once again, he could target that Anathema in Nick's grave for some bonus energy to field. Doesn't really have any other great options. Glimpse of the Sanctuary, a potential just to the draw one. Looks like he's looking for Nick's grave again. He also could play Glistening Undergrowth. That's not a terrible card to run. He chooses to use the Anathema. That's going to mill the top card of his deck, and that is going to be an Eroda's Ascendance. That's no big loss. He can't pay life points while the Anathema is visible, so losing the Eroda's Ascendance, not the end of the world. He will get to add 2 energy to either his Irregularity, his Brigantine, or to the bottom of his deck. I wouldn't be surprised if he chose to send it to the bottom. Looks like he's still deciding. He's adding it to the Brigantine. I don't think it really matters too much at this point. Alex just looking tremendously strong right now. It's going to be very difficult for Nick to really get back in this game. Meanwhile, on table 3, time did run out. Looks like they're going to turns. This table, time ran out as well. Although technically we are going to play this out. Looks like we will go to a game 3 possibly. Alex just looking tremendously strong here. Nick really needing a miracle hand. Plays 3 piles of 1. You may just play as many creatures as possible to defend. Plays a Brigantine, that's certainly going to help, and Irregularity also helps him. And a Flash Fire. Will he return the Brigantine in grave? No, he decides to summon a Roro. That might be critically valuable here. That Roro allowing all of his creatures. He could clear the board right now if he wanted to. If he runs the Roro against Alex's Brigantine, his own Brigantine can clear this Irregularity. after maybe sacrificing his own regularity into the Brigantine, and you have a big... He actually has lethal right now. Alex is sitting with 3 cards in hand, so he probably has a response, but technically, if Nick ran his Roro into Brigantine, followed by his Silent Regularity, that would kill the Brigantine and add an energy to Flashfire. This Brigantine could then run in and equally trade with this Irregularity, in which case, Flashfire attacks for 2, generates a pile, Brigantine comes from grave on that pile, and he could deal 3 damage. The only downside is Alex would have this Brigantine to pop an energy, meaning Nick could at best deal 2 damage here. So close. Unless he had just 1 card in hand that added some additional energy. However, it looks like Nick did not resolve his cards in that way. Looks like he, interestingly, decided to only partially make trades here. Yeah, this isn't ideal for Nick right now. But he actually still has a path to victory. Nick's Brigantine can pop this. Silent Regularity runs into Silent Regularity. That would make a energy on this Flashfire. But once again, Alex can trigger Brigantine to blow up the Flashfire. It really depends. Does Nick have some kind of symmetry in his hand that would save him here? I don't believe he does. It's very unfortunate. He's so close to victory, yet so far at the same time. Yeah, Nick's deck not possessing anything that could really save his Flashfire. Flashfire at best will deal 1 damage, spawn a pile, Brigantine moves to the pile, and he will hit Alex for 2 here. He was so close. Alex has a chance to win this game on his turn. It looks like Nick not moving Brigantine to that pile. I don't recall Brigantine using its ability this turn. I could have sworn Nick summoned it. Maybe I'm wrong. But he had an extra damage and defender there. But I could be wrong. Maybe he already used it. Alex playing out his energy. If Alex cannot win on this turn, Nick will take this one. All Alex needs to do, though, is play a Glimpse of the Sanctuary, and his Eroda will come into play. And that might be what's happening here. We see a Leech come out. It's going to remove this pile, which will allow Glimpse of the Sanctuary to be played safely. Nick moving Brigantine on it. It's a smart play. In response to Leech, there we go. There's the Glimpse. Energy being added. Meanwhile, Alex's board just building up so much. That Eroda is coming out now. And it's coming out in a big way. Rhoda hitting play on that massive pile of energy. It's going to be nigh impossible for Nick to deal with that. He does not run unsummon, which is just, this is a definite case study as to why you would be interested in running it. As you might have saw, Alex thinking about playing Tethered to Eventide, realized he's not at 1 life, doesn't have Silent Irregularity in play, therefore he cannot play it. I'm not sure Alex is able to actually win his turn, funnily enough. He does leech the Flash Fire. That's going to buff up Eroda even more. And it looks like this may be enough for Alex to win. I'm not sure. Has he activated Brigantine yet? Or does he have another creature? He can, if he gets a creature to this pile too, he wins the game. Nick has 0 responses to this Eroda, besides putting bodies in front of it. Alex still figuring out what he wants to do. It looks like he's just, yeah, he unfortunately not able to win this turn. Has to trade that Eroda with the Brigantine. It's worth noting right now Nick has a potential 24 damage on his side of the field that Alex has absolutely 0 way of stopping, with the exception of a Brigantine. I think Nick may actually win here. Plays energy, or sorry, End of the Rift to generate an energy. It really just depends. Does Nick have the numbers to win this? Right now, he has the ability to swing for 24 damage, but it's very finicky. It depends on the order that he attacks here. And we have to remember that Alex does have a Brigantine that he can summon in this spot. If the Brigantine is here, right now, each of Nick's Afterthoughts are swinging for 6 damage. We have the Aurora swing in for 6 damage. This Eroda is sitting on 9, so that dropped to 3. Attack for 5. The Aurora's dead. I think Nick technically should be able to win this. This is going to be really close. It depends. Does Nick know? Does he see it? There's absolutely almost no way for Alex to stop this from happening. Nick chooses to play a Wonderwolf and a Smokestream. Smokestream might have actually been great on the 2 energy, because when Alex moves his Brigantine here, Smokestream can force it to battle. Unfortunately, though, he didn't do that. No! Nick didn't win the game. He chose to attack with Wonderwolf instead. Nick didn't win the game. This is huge. Nick missed this opportunity to potentially win the game. He decides to have Wonderwolf attack, which means his Chronos, his Afterthoughts don't get to make the attack. He had lethal. Oh, that's so heartbreaking to see. Will Alex be able to punish him heavily for this? This is huge. This is intense. Either player honestly can win the game at this point. It just comes down to whether or not Alex is able to punish Nick for that misplay. Had Nick won, he would have taken this game set and match. Alex playing down his energy now. It's critical for Nick that Alex is unable to end the game here, and then that Nick actually sees he has lethal. Glimpse of the Sanctuary coming out on the side of Alex. That's just going to give him an energy and main deck card. Every energy that Alex gains is important, as it makes it even harder for Nick to win, and he pulls another Glimpse of the Sanctuary, putting that pile at 5. That's still doable. Nick still has lethal right now. Nick still has lethal. The question is, can Alex win this turn, or will Nick actually realize he has lethal on his next turn? Nick, regrettably, only one card in his deck means he will deck recycle. That Anathema will get shuffled into his deck, which means the Eroda's Ascendance, which Alex may or may not have in hand now, is playable. See, a Chronological Relapse being played by Alex. Searching through Nick's graveyard. Maybe interested in playing an Anathema again and summoning it to his own side of the field. If he does, I suspect Nick... He opts to just play the Glimpse of the Sanctuary. It may have been the right play. I'm unsure. Nick has a really good chance of still having lethal. If he survives this turn, I'm almost positive he still can win the game. He just has a tremendous amount of potential damage on his side. All he needs to do is survive this turn and recognize that his Valigian will win him the game. Let's hope he doesn't miss it on his next play. Brigantine coming out on the side of Alex. Silent Regularity. Looks like Alex just summoned the Brigantine, moved it off. Silent Regularity hitting play. Sign of the Crow being used for Alex to search his deck for a Chrono. He's responding... Oh, he's discarding Existence. So there you go. Existence is being run by Alex. My suspicion here is that he's going to pull Devourer out of his deck and just summon it on Eroda. And unfortunately, that will likely win him the game. It looks like Alex may take game 2. We'll see how this turns out. Does he add the Devour to hand? If he summons it, I believe all these Chronos will go under it. He can pop each of these to attack directly for game. So let's see, did he pull Devour? I'm betting that he did. He's still in his creature phase, which means he can summon if he wants. And there it is, there's the Devour. When this creature enters play, move all of your other Chronos in play underneath it. You may at any time send a Chrono underneath this creature to the graveyard to negate a card, effect, or ability. Silent Regularity going under the Devourer of Dimensions. That means all Alex has to do is pop his Brigantine to destroy Smokestream, and then have his Devourer pop these 2 cards and attack directly. And unfortunately, Alex, having already used his Brigantine's ability, will be unable to summon it to this pile again. Looks like players may be trying to find a ruling here. I'm assuming the ruling might be in regards to Devour. Does it pull out the Afterthoughts as well? I believe the answer is no. Yeah, they did call a judge. Meanwhile, table 3, both players have won. Zach won game 1, Ed has won game 2. And they're moving into a game 3. I believe, once again, the question is, does Devour move the Afterthoughts underneath it? And the answer, I believe, is no. That's specifically a benefit of the card Eroda's Ascendance. So this is what Alex has to play with. It looks like he does use Brigantine to pop 1. He can use Devour to destroy these 2 creatures and then attack directly for 9. Looks like he may be doing just that. Nick has 1 card in hand. He can use Caustic Silhouette to draw a card, but I don't think he has anything that would save him. Wait. That energy isn't destroyed. He can move his Brigantine. He can move his Brigantine out to block. That energy is technically still in play. I don't think this ability was explained correctly to Nick. It does not destroy the energy. The energy remains in play. Nick's able to move Brigantine back out to block. Maybe too late. No, it's too late. Unfortunately, because there is no judge in that game, the response is too slow, and now the game state is unrepairable. Technically, Nick could have moved Brigantine onto those pile of energies, blocked, survived the turn, and won on his next turn. Hopefully, I've let Nick know, so hopefully in the next game that doesn't happen again. Technically, that is against the rules to just remove energy for no reason, although at the end of the day, it was to his own detriment. So, play will continue. They will be going into a game 3. And now we move on to an epic Game 3 showdown. And obviously each of these players constantly going blow for blow with one another. It's hard to ever tell who's about to win and who isn't. Looks like Jake and Ryan's game ended over here, and it appears that Ryan won. So it looks like Ryan is going 1-0 into round 2. Meanwhile, Zach and Ed on table 3. Game's still ongoing. With Nick having lost game 2, he will go first here. He opts to go second. I'm completely shocked by this. Alex playing Treeforge Complex. Nick playing Glistening Undergrove in response. And adds a Flashfire to hand, which I'm kind of a little surprised. Now we're going to see a creature revealed, or a card revealed. If this is a Symmetry, he gets punished for that. Yeah, he's going to take 2 damage for that. It doesn't go to grave. That remains on top of his deck. And in the meantime, I let a judge know about that. In the meantime, it is Nick's turn. Oh, it looks like Nick did opt to go first. It was just that Alex was responding to Nick beginning his turn with the Treeforge Complex. And it looks like Nick plays out a 3-1. Passes turn over to Alex. Alex only with 2 energy remaining. Plays that 2 energy on a pile of 1. Or, sorry, 2 energy on a pile of 2. Looks like they're just realizing that Crystal Cove should be on top of Nick's deck. There we go. Alex using a leech to destroy Nick's Silent Regularity, which means that Nick will be able to add 1 energy underneath his Flashfire. And Alex throws out a Brigantine. That was Alex's entire hand used here. Curious to see if we'll see the Brigantine attack. I suspect we will. And then he'll use the Afterthought ability to completely destroy that Flashfire. This is a great place to be if you're Nick. You're going into turn 2 with a completely open board. And a Brigantine that will be not usable. This is a great place to be for Nick right now. And we know he has a Crystal Cove in hand. So any problems that arise in future turns will be dealt with accordingly. Alex sending Brigantine to his hand. That's about the only thing he can do. Nick playing out his energy. If he can get a Chronograph out early, along with a Brigantine, he might be sitting in a very solid place. He's for sure getting 3 damage on Alex here, which will drop him to 7 life points. Nick, of course, only at 8 because of that Treeforge Complex at the start. I think the 2 damage for the free card draw probably worth it. Caustic Silhouette coming out. Let's see if he discards a Brigantine to get that draw effect, that optional draw effect from Caustic. No, he decides to discard Crystal Cove. A play that would make many players cry. Crystal Cove being probably the best card in Exodus. Chucked away. Nick attacking for 3. Probably passing turn. He does have 3 cards in hand. Really curious to know what that may be. It's hard to really guess. Could have an Anathema in there. Maybe a Desecrated Shipwreck. We know Nick likes to play his End of the Rift during the energy phase, so that's likely not in his hand, nor is a Glimpse, so I'm sure he has a Desecrated somewhere in there, which can hurt Alex big time going into his second turn. Keep in mind, Alex does have a Brigantine in hand right now. Curious to see if he will play 3 piles of 1, and if he does, will Nick respond with a Desecrated? Alex not running any Crystal Coves, has to rely on Chronological Relapse, but with no Singularities in play, he has no way to use Relapse just yet. And he is playing multiple piles of 1 here. This could be very dangerous for Alex. If Alex plays that 3rd pile of 1, will Nick slam that Desecrated Shipwreck onto the table? Play currently paused. Not sure quite what's happening. There we go. Alex debating where he wants to put this 3rd energy, puts it on a pile 2. Will we see Desecrated slammed on the table, Into the Rift coming out? This would be the time to play it before Alex plays that 2nd pile 2, because I'm sure that's what he is planning on doing. And he does. I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Desecrated still usable here. You could trade 2 cards for 2 energy. He's not using it. We know that Alex is a Brigantine in hand. Glimpse of the Sanctuary coming out. Would have of course saved him from Desecrated regardless then. And the Erota is drawn. Alex looking very strong right here. Debating his next move. He plays the Silent Regularity on a pile of 2. No, pile of 3. I think that's the right play here. He wants to run that Irregularity into the Caustic Silhouette. And we'll see that Brigantine on 2. And most likely we're going to see this Brigantine run into Nick for 3 damage. Or he might use it to kill the Caustic. No, he uses the Brigantine ability to move it out so he can summon another Brigantine. And now we may see that Caustic run into the... Or sorry, the Silent Regularity run into the Caustic. Possibly. No, looks like he is just going to use the Brigantine to take out Caustic. Nick moving a little, yeah, there we go, a little too fast. Brigantine taking out the last energy on that Caustic Silhouette. Silent Irregularity now primed to hit for 3 damage. Did he not attack for 3 damage, or is Nick down 3 life? Yeah, okay. Oh, I see. Nick using Caustic Silhouette's effect to draw a card. Interesting choice. You know he's running Chronograph, and that's a big win condition for Nick. So I'm surprised he opted to just pop the Silhouette. But if it's what he needs, it's what he needs. Looking at a nice big hand here. Alex, no cards in hand, just the Silent Regularity and one Brigantine Afterthought effect. This is Nick's chance to heavily run into Alex's life points. Nick just generating so much energy this turn. Probably going to see a Brigantine on that pile of 1. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage right here. There's the Brigantine. Smokestream coming out of the pile of 4 here. So it looks like we're going to see this Brigantine run into the Irregularity and then blow it up. Smokestream will then swing in for 4 damage. And Roro coming out on the pile of 1. It looks like Nick interestingly chose to use Brigantine's ability to make it an afterthought, pop 1 energy on the Regularity, and then have Roro run into it. Not super efficient, but it does give Nick an additional afterthought that he would have had to wait to use. And now Nick will swing for 4 damage. Alex sending Brigantine to hand. I believe both of Alex's Brigantines are in this grave. Alex taking 4 damage, dropping to 3. His chronological relapses are now online. That may be dangerous for Nick. He may have benefited from trying to play to leave Alex at exactly 4 life. Looks like Alex really having to take time to think about what he wants to do here. I'm curious if Nick has Desecrated in his hand just yet. Alex playing a pile 2 and 1. Really has to be very cautious. At the end of Alex's turn, energy goes to the Erota, making him much weaker. Judge letting me know it is now turn 0 on Alex. That means it will be Alex, and then Nick. Whoever has the most life points at the end of that wins the game. Alex playing Sign of the Crow. Discard a card, search your deck for a Chrono and add it to your hand. He's most likely going to discard. And Nick, interestingly enough, plays a Crystal Cove here. Not really sure if that was necessary, because I believe the only creature Alex could have theoretically benefited from here was Silent Regularity, but maybe that was still worth it. We'll see. Alex sitting comfortably here. He's going to be able to Brigantine this Smokestream down to only 1 health. It's not really going to matter, though. The Roro means that this smoke stream will kill Flash Fire even at 1 energy, so Alex has to be very careful. Oh, and he pulls out the second Brigantine. Very strong. Looks like Brigantines will trade and take out a lot of the stuff on Nick's side here, but yeah, final Brigantine going in. That second Brigantine was very important to Alex, but here's the kicker. Flash Fire will lose an energy going to Roto Wall. He does generate an energy when he attacks. I suppose that's mitigated, but Alex still sitting at only 1 card in hand. No idea what it could be. I don't think Anathema has been played just yet. It's now 3-3. This could be a tether to Eventide, which means Alex is unable to play it. This Flash Fire, I believe, attacks and generates an energy. But actually, is that a mandatory effect? No, that is a required effect, yeah. So there's the energy. Sorry, not mandatory, optional. It is a mandatory effect, though. End of the Rift, giving energy, giving an additional energy to Nick. Nick has a very strong chance to end the game right now. He just needs 1 additional energy, and he'll be able to win. We see a Wonder Wolf come out. That's not what he needs. There we go. He has an additional energy. The problem is, technically, he may have declared his creature phase. Alex, most likely saying, Judge, he just declared creature phase. You can't change your mind and play an energy. Let's see if he's forced to return that to his hand. And he is. That... Oh. Looks like they may have said it's okay. That would have cost him the game for sure if he had not played that correctly. There is a Wonder Wolf. The big question is, does Nick have a way to generate energy? Does he have a Brigantine in grave? This may be enough. This is enough for Nick to win. It depends on what's in Alex's hand. If Alex is something like a Leech, and this may be Nick's victory here. It really depends on what's in Alex's hand. What is in Alex's hand? Does Nick win? Does Nick take this match? Best 2 of 3. Wonder Wolf attacks directly for 3. And Nick has it! Nick winning out against Alex 2-1. He will win round 1 with the first victory of the day. Meanwhile, table 3, I have been told that Ed beat Zach 2-1. And of course, over here, table 2, Ryan beat Existence Games 2-1. So, current standings are Nick with 1 win, Ryan with 1 win, and Ed with 1 win. Meanwhile, Alex, Zach, and Jake all with 1 loss each as we prepare for round 2. Take a break. We'll be right back. Alright, fellow drifters. Round 2. Beginning now, as I bring you in, we are once again on table 1, left side. We will be watching Nick versus Ryan. In the top, as the green player, ignore what their name is. This is Nick, who won out against Alex, game we just watched. And in the bottom, red player, we have Ryan. Ryan running, as I mentioned previously, a Chrono Reveal hybrid sort of deck. Meanwhile, Nick just running a vicious Chrono Beatdown. And each player has currently set up their cards. Nick figuring out how to get that single-sided anathema back. Does not look like he was provided with one. On the right side, we have Ed in the top right playing blue versus Jake in the bottom right playing white. Jake lost to Ryan round 1. Ed won out against Zach round 1. Looks like Jake will be going first over here. Big pile of 3 with a glimpse of the sanctuary. You really hope that Ed doesn't unsummon whatever Jake may throw there, if anything. Meanwhile, it looks like Jake helping to provide Nick with that single-sided anathema card. And we got the card. And just in case you were curious, there is what Anathema looks like, non-sketch version. It's absolutely stunning. Even better when you have the foiled three-dimensional one. Three-dimensional meaning it has a texture to it, sorry. Textured card. Players drawing their starting hands. Unsure who was randomly chosen to go first. It looks like it was... Nope. Ryan just drew one too many energy. It looks like they haven't rolled just yet. Nick rolling a 4. Ryan rolling a 5. Ryan will be going first. Decides to play energy. Now, to be clear, you randomly decide who gets to choose if they go first or second. Going first, usually the advantage, so most players will choose to go first. Nick responding to Ryan's energy by playing a Glistening Undergrove. He reveals the Silent Regularity and adds it to his hand. Ryan responding by playing a Glimpse of the Sanctuary, gaining an energy and a main deck card. And he is going to play out a Langus. This is going to reveal top and bottom card of his deck and draw him an energy every time it's summoned or attacks. He reveals a Glimpse on top and a Shardwood on bottom. Unfortunately, Shardwood, his reveal effect will not be usable here. It does allow him to reveal a card in hand. He does reveal a Valshroom, which will reveal the top card of his deck. If they reveal a creature, they draw an energy. If they reveal Symmetry, they add it to their hand. That will reveal that Glimpse of the Sanctuary. Now, technically, it actually should reveal the card underneath Glimpse of the Sanctuary. And they realize, yeah, it's going to reveal another Amalgamation, which will let him reveal a card from hand. I think he's stating he does not have another one. So he's going to finish resolving this effect, which means he gets an energy from Valshroom for revealing a creature. I'm not sure what was revealed on the side of Nick. I wasn't looking up there. Because Ryan went first, he's unable to attack with that Langus. Nick mistakenly drawing a hand, although he is going second. He has too many cards in hand. Looks like he was just the Glistening Undergrove. He does have an End of the Rift. Now, I'm curious, does Ryan have Vortex in his deck? Will End of the Rift end up mattering this game? It looks like no. No player running Vortex this time. He's just going to get that extra energy and play this Irregularity. Curious to see if he attacks with it. He does not. He opts to pass. No other creatures to that Irregularity to buff. So Nick likely thinking he'd rather not. Ryan, in the meantime, drawing all these energy cards. Looks like he has a lot of cards in hand. It's because he resolves some reveal effects. And it looks like another Langus coming out. And Shardwood Amalgamation making plays for Ryan as he gets more energy off of both the Langus and the Valshroom reveal from the Amalgamation at the bottom of his deck. You couldn't really ask for a better setup for Ryan. Ryan just looking overwhelming right now. Nick doesn't really run any defensive symmetries. We'll be taking a lot of damage here. Nick actually just concedes the game. Realizes he's so far behind. There's no way for him to get back into it. I'm a little surprised. Anathema and Brigantine would have been enough. But Ryan takes game 1. Players reshuffling and setting up their decks for game 2. Looks like Nick now going first. Ryan responding by playing his own Glistening Undergrove. Nick kind of just letting things happen. There we go. The Glistening Undergrove resolving. First he added a Flash Fire. Now he adds a Glimpse to his hand. Arguably I would have considered maybe blowing up the Glimpse to pop one of those energy piles. Might regret not doing that now. He just gave Nick a lot of creatures on board. Ryan does have the cards to deal with it though. Ryan playing out 3 energy followed by a Glimpse. Nick unable to benefit from this Glimpse since he did cover all 4 piles. Had he paid attention to what Ryan added to his hand, he may have left a pile empty so he can also benefit from that Glimpse. Flash Fire coming out of the side of Ryan. That's going to generate a new pile for him. And we may see him run into Nick's Flash Fire. It looks to be what's happening. That was the best call here. You don't really want to run into either of Nick's other creatures. Ryan may just pass turn here. I don't think he has much else he can do. Nick drawing his next hand. Glistening Undergrove coming out from Nick. Reveals a Flash Fire added to hand. Nick has most likely a good chance of dealing some solid damage to Ryan right now. Plays the Flash Fire on a pile of 2. Unsure what is happening here. It looks like Nick took back his creature phase to play energy. Now it's worth noting, I believe Nick and Ryan are father and son, so they most likely play at their own pace. So I apologize if that's a little confusing, but Nick technically played a creature which ended his energy phase, but Ryan most likely said it's okay, you can take that back and play the energy and then the creature. Roro running into Flash Fire. That'll destroy just 1 energy, so that Flash Fire is not gone yet. It's a Chronograph running into the Flash Fire. Nick poised to deal 4 damage here, and he'll have a lot of afterthoughts along with that Chronograph to really put some pressure on Ryan. This will be difficult, but not impossible for Ryan to make a comeback on. Nick's hand is empty. All Ryan needs to do is have a couple of leeches, or maybe any other solid energy destruction. He is running Unsummon. That Unsummon on Flash Fire, not a terrible play. Would have been great if he had it already in hand, but play with what you got. He does summon his own Flash Fire on a pile of 3. Now, I don't believe Ryan is running chains. No, he's not. There's a Brigantine. That's going to be critically helpful here. But I do have some bad news. It looks like Ryan is most likely going to be defeated here. Yeah. Nick has 25 damage currently over up here that he can attack Ryan with. Ryan removing that flash fire. Nick, no, that won't destroy Ryan's flash fire. It's only 2 energy. Oh, the Roro, that's right. The Roro does boost this flash fire. Nick currently has 36 damage up here that he can attack with. That will be game. Ryan has no cards in deck that could stop that. Unsummon will not work against an Afterthought. But Nick did miss that opportunity in round 1 against Alex. Will he miss it again? Will he forget that his chronograph allows him to attack with Afterthoughts? And just to read that effect, your Afterthoughts may attack as if they were creatures. They deal damage equal to the number of Afterthoughts in play. So he has 6 Afterthoughts. That's 6 times 6. And it looks like Ryan does concede the game. I don't blame him. And that was game 2. Goes to Nick. So Nick, 1 win. Ryan, 1 win. Ryan will be going first in game 3. This is a winner. Winner will be undefeated after this. So it's very important to both of these players that they win game 3 here. That chronograph, just so important for Nick, has been a critical win condition for him in this tournament. Let's see if Ryan can once again, similar to game 1, ramp up so fast that Nick cannot answer in kind. Looks like both players played Glistening Undergroves. Ryan added an unsummon a hand. I wasn't looking. I'm not sure what Nick added to hand. Ryan, pile of 3 followed by a Langus. This is just like game 1. This will reveal top and bottom. Shardwood Amalgamation on bottom, just like game 1. This is going to let Ryan reveal the top 2 cards of his deck. There's a Crystal Cove. He technically should reveal the card underneath the cove. Looks like he's making a minor error here. But I believe that is an optional effect on the Shardwood Amalgamation. Oh no, the Amalgamations reveal a card in hand. Ryan does not have one, the Valstrom in hand. That would be why he didn't reveal anything else. So, no missed opportunity there. Attempts to unsummon the Wonder Wolf. That forces a Crystal Cove out from Nick. Still really good for Ryan here. He's forced out a Cove from Nick's side. Nick losing 1 energy for that. Nick had to play that though. Otherwise, he would have been at a severe loss. Now Ryan has the difficult choice of, does he play something to unsummon, or does he leave the Wonder Wolf in play to unsummon it himself? It's a difficult decision. If he leaves the Wonder Wolf in play, he won't benefit from Langus's effect. Not sure what's happening here. It looks like maybe Ryan... Looks like Ryan drew 6 cards from his main deck instead of 3 and 3. Technically, he would receive a warning for that, and he would have to shuffle his main deck. And fortunately, he did remember to shuffle main deck. Good job. He plays a Glistening Undergrove. That's going to reveal the top card of his deck. Top or bottom, it's his choice. He's, of course, choosing to reveal the top card. There's a Glimpse. He's going to add it to hand. He could destroy it to destroy an energy off that Wonder Wolf, but he's in a great position to play this Glimpse. Opts to make a pile of 3. Plays Glimpse, pile of 4, draws a card. He's looking really strong. The only problem is he's going to have to unsummon one of his creatures here at the end of his turn. I suspect we might see Langus attack, and then he'll unsummon his own Langus. Yeah, that's what's happening. Langus going off. It's going to reveal another Languis, and then the amalgamation on bottom of deck. No, he shuffled the deck. Amalgamation should be... In the meantime, unsummon resolving. He's going to have to unsummon his Langus. That requires him to pay an energy here. And let the judge know. Judge currently busy with their game. In the meantime, Nick throwing down a Roro on a 3 and a Brigantine on a 1. And taking 4 damage. Judge currently discussing with them. Technically, Ryan needs to pay an energy from this pile of 4 when he resolved unsummon and sent Langus to hand. He also shuffled his deck when he shouldn't have, which means the amalgamation should be on bottom of his deck. Possible he paid for the unsummoned from hand. Maybe I missed it, but because the Langus does add energy to hand when it attacks. So I am getting confirmation that's what happened. Langus paid with energy from hand for that unsummon. And in the meantime, it looks like play is going to resume regardless. Nick, after attacking for 4, chooses to activate Brigantine's ability, moves it to the Afterthought zone to pop one of Ryan's energies. And he passes turn over to Ryan. Ryan, huge hand here. Obviously, a lot of it. A lot of it's just energy. Meantime, he is summoning energy to play a flash fire out. Judge currently speaking to them about the accidental shuffle, but it looks like they may just let it go. It was too long ago for it to technically be repairable. Flash fire hits field. It's going to generate a new pile of energy. And a Desecrated Shipwreck coming out from the side of Nick. That'll destroy 1 energy. And meanwhile, the Langus coming out. It's going to reveal a amalgamation on top, which will reveal a card in hand if he desires, as well as draw him an energy. Now, does Ryan have a chance to win this? He is going to reveal a card from hand. That's going to be the Valshroom, which reveals a card on top of deck. It's going to be a Brigantine, which he can then add, or sorry, which then allows him to draw an energy card. And looks like the judge is going to give them a warning for the shuffling earlier. As we saw in round 1, shuffling your deck on accident for making a mistake, generally not a big deal, especially if both players are okay with it. But when you're playing against the reveal deck and you have information on the position of cards in your deck, that actually does change things. The amalgamation that was on the bottom of Ryan's deck is this amalgamation now, I believe, which is now on top because of that shuffle. So that's why it matters in the case of a reveal. But if you're playing with an opponent and a mistake like that does happen and they're not running reveal, typically it's up to you to decide if you care or not. In the meantime, Ryan is building up a sizable board. He has a lot of energy generation from this Flashfire and Langus, and you really start to see the kind of strategy that Ryan has built for himself. This is why he's kind of running this Chrono Reveal hybrid. It's because of the energy generation that Langus and Flashfire contribute. It allows him to, hey, I don't need to run some cards like Leech, or he is running Glimpse. He doesn't need to run like maybe Mechanical Hallucination or even Brigantine to some degree, because he just generates so much obscene amounts of energy. He just triggered another Valstrom. I mean, look at his hand. I mean, a lot of this is just energy. Ryan absolutely flooded with energy. Nick forced to just stare in envy, but Nick does still have opportunities to win here with the chronograph. I mean, that's the huge thing, right? If you win the game before your opponent really gets to use that energy, then it doesn't really matter. He plays an Undergrove, reveals an Anathema, adds it to hand very quickly. Anathema is going to be brutal against Ryan, as Anathema will make all non-chronos lose an energy. That means Ryan's Langus, as well as his potential amalgamations and Valstroms, will all lose energy to Anathema when it is played. See Nick throw out a Flashfire on a pile of 3. Once again, those of you just joining us, this is game 3. Winner of this will be 2-0 in the tournament. Chronograph hits play on the pile of 1, followed by an Anathema. I'm not sure. Nick paying 1 to play a Crystal Cove to freeze the Anathema. Sorry, Ryan paying 1 to freeze the Anathema. Nick discarded a card. At this point, it's hard for me to keep track of if something was a mistake or not. That card should technically, I think, still be on deck. Anathema did not resolve, but I was too focused looking at Ryan's field to really ensure that's the case. And you know, I'm just not sure. Flashfire does swing for 3 though on Ryan. Ryan has to win right now or he will lose the game, but Nick sitting at 9 health points. I'm not sure Ryan will be able to make a comeback here. That's just a tremendous amount of health, even with all these energy cards. Maybe if Nick had no creatures in play, does Ryan have an unsummon? He has a chance. He has a chance to win this. He needs to have an unsummon as well as some energy generation, but it has to be energy generation to his creatures in play. Langus not going to do it. There's the unsummon. He really needs that in hand. If he has a Glistening Undergrove, he could gain access to it. There's the Caustic at the bottom. Energy drawn. That'll pay for the unsummon. As long as he has an unsummon in hand, he can win right now. That is the energy generation he did need. I was wrong earlier. Does he have an unsummon in hand or a Glistening Undergrove? He will win this game if he does. If he does not, he has a very strong chance of losing. He doesn't. He's forced to attack. He reveals a Valstrom from hand. That's now going to send the unsummon. That is so unfortunate. It's definitely not what he wanted, and this game would have been dramatically different if he didn't accidentally shuffle his deck. That amalgamation would have been on bottom. Langus would have revealed it. He would reveal the Valstrom from hand, adding unsummon to his hand, playing unsummon, getting that creature off board, and he would have been able to attack for game, but because he shuffled his deck and the amalgamation was moved, he was unable to get that trigger going. Right now his opponent holding on to 16 damage. He attacks for 4. He has game. I think that misplay shuffle by Ryan may have cost him this game several turns later. That is so unfortunate. I'm not sure why Nick is at 4 health. Unless I missed something. Ryan just attacked him for 6. Nick misses the opportunity. Wait, what is happening? Nick was at 9 health, took 3 from amalgamation, moved Brigantine out. Nick should be at 6 right now, but I don't think it matters. Nick has game. That whole confusion was Nick was actually responding with a Brigantine. A little late, but he respond, moved it to block the Langus after Langus is already resolved. But once again, his opponent went ahead and let him take that back, and that will be game. Nick has enough damage. If I was Ryan, I would let this Caustic Silhouette resolve with the hope that maybe Nick will forget he can attack with his Chronos. Ryan prematurely paying for that unsummon. These players playing a little too fast. This is why you really got to take your time and enunciate each move. Nick just returned. Okay, there we go. There's the Caustic went to hand, but Nick could still attack with his Afterthoughts and win the game. And this is why I was saying Ryan should have let the Caustic hit play. He had a chance of Nick forgetting, once again, that Chronograph can attack. The Chronograph could allow Afterthoughts to attack, which would win Nick the game. It looks like he triggers Caustic, discards an irregularity, gains an energy from irregularity. Now he can draw a card. Chooses to draw from energy. Nick still has game. He still has lethal if he attacks with his Afterthoughts. He can do a lot of damage. Ryan, it looks like that's what's happening. Ryan loses the game. He decides to go long and reveal the top card of his deck. It's a creature. You will draw an energy. And I mean, it's pretty crazy. Ryan, that this game does go to Nick. Nick has won game 3, which will be game, set, and match. Leaving Nick at 2-0 and Ryan 1-1. And you really see how those little gameplay errors can come back and haunt you. Had Ryan never shuffled his deck accidentally, that amalgamation would have remained at the bottom and would have saved him. He would have actually won on the previous turn, but because of that error, shuffling that deck, Nick was able to come back. The amalgamation no longer on bottom of the deck to trigger the Valstrom. And Nick taking it with the Chronograph. Most likely Nick remembered from a previous game that that's an option available to him. And it certainly pays off in a big way. Chronograph, such a meta-defining card right now, along with Brigantine. And with that conclusion, we'll move over here to table 2. As we see Jake in the bottom right versus Ed top right. Ed currently 1-0. Jake 0-1. Although I'm not sure what game they're on right now in this matchup. Ed had beaten Zach in round 1. Jake had lost to Ryan in round 1. Ed's field, of course, very daunting right now. He's playing out of Vortex during Jake's draw phase. Jake does draw into an Erota. Not sure what's currently being discussed. And the question is, does Jake have a Crystal Cove or Chronological Relapse, something that can help him stop this Vortex? Curious to see if Jake has any responses to this Vortex. This is still on game 1, by the way, 30 minutes into round 2. Jake playing out the chains to delay the inevitable. By the way, both players on 1 life. This unfortunately means Jake cannot play Erota's Ascendance anymore. When you're at 1 life, Erota's Ascendance will deal 1 damage to you and you will defeat yourself. Jake playing Chains of the Ancient One to add an energy to his Erota after milling 3 cards. Ed with 15 cards in Grave. I wonder how many of those are Cove. Crystal Cove, of course, will be the thing to stop this beautiful alternate art Chains. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous card. Ed also utilizing a Silent Regularity alternate art. And Jake concedes the game. Ed did have a Crystal Cove in hand. Oh no, Jake didn't concede. He just discarded because of the Vortex. I'm unsure why Ed didn't play that Cove on this Chains right now. I think he just discarded that from the Vortex, correct? It is currently Jake's turn. It's going to be very difficult for Jake to come back into this. Devour decks, not really known for moving super duper fast. Very difficult for him to get ahead of this field that Ed has built for himself. But you can tell 10 minutes left, both players at 1. This is very clearly an epic match on the right side of the game board. And looking through Jake's graveyard, I believe both players are running Chronological Relapse, and they're both at 1, so Relapse is playable by both players. Ed may be thinking about trying to play a Crystal Cove with his Relapse on that Chains. Here comes a Flash Fire on the pile of 4. Ed's board obviously very intimidating right now, but the main question is, does he have a Crystal Cove? If not, he can't do anything to this Chains. He's going to play an End of the Rift just for the energy draw, it looks like. I suspect Jake is most likely not running Vortex, so End of the Rift really only exists as a way to generate energy. Will he just pass the turn to Jake? He is going to play a chronological relapse. I'm not sure what he's targeting. His graveyard did get reshuffled. I'm not sure why he just grabbed 31 energy to move here. I think he relapsed a Glimpse of the Sanctuary and intended to grab just 1 energy. Yeah, but he accidentally grabbed all 31. There's the Glimpse. He's going to draw a card. He's really hoping to hit that Crystal Cove. Let's see if he did. Looks like, so yeah, he chronological relapsed for a Glimpse and then played a Glimpse. Now he's chronological relapsing again. Probably targeting Glimpse again, really hoping to draw into a Crystal Cove. He likely knows that if he can get a Crystal Cove, he probably wins right here and now. Unless Jake has one in his own hand. And Flashfire coming out. Looks like Ed may not have drawn a Crystal Cove. He's going to be forced to pass his turn back to Jake. Silent Irregularity on the 4, although at this point, is energy even relevant anymore? Jake just trying to kind of delay the inevitable. Although maybe there's a way he can win this. He's not able to play Eroda's Ascendance, and now his Eroda is coming out on a measly pile of 1. You hate to see it. Vortex again from Ed. We haven't really seen a lot of Vortexes in the last 2 days. It seems like a couple players have taken it out of their decks, but Ed, of course, still a huge lover of Vortex. And you see why. It obviously pays off in big ways, especially when your opponent does not have Cove, or even End of the Rift. Jake responding with a Tethered to Eventide to destroy that irregularity and all of its energy attached. Tethered can only be played when the owner is at 1 life point, which Jake is at. But Jake also has a Silent Regularity in play, which allows him to ignore all life point requirements. The Irregularity will add an energy to Brigantine. This Vortex still on the stack. We're down to 3 minutes left on the clock. If Jake can take it to time, Ed will still technically win. He has more creatures and energy in play than Jake. Jake responding with the Chains of the Ancient One. That'll mill 3 cards and add an energy to a creature in play or to the bottom of his deck, whichever he wants. Looks like on table 3, Alex won out against Zach 2-1. I'm sure that was another heated game. Meanwhile, we are still on game 1 of Ed versus Jake. Both players at 1 life, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And Jake desperately trying to hang on here. He's going to chronological relapse that. Maybe change the ancient one. No, he's choosing Glimpse. Trying to draw a card. Maybe he's hoping he hits a Crystal Cove to stop that vortex. He's going to play Madness Settles. This is going to set Jake's life points to 3. And until the end of the turn, Chronos do not lose energy except by Jake's own abilities. So that's a pretty big win for Jake here. It looks like Ed, though, has a plan already to destroy that Eroda. Jake responding, all right, fine, you forced me to play a second Madness Settles. I'm not sure. Was this Brigantine an afterthought already? I wasn't paying attention. Perhaps it was. Yeah, it was an afterthought already. Jake, however, responding by popping his mechanical hallucination to save the Eroda again. This battle, just to keep the singular Eroda alive. Jake back to 3 life points. If time runs out, players will go to turns. Whoever has the most life wins. Jake, that may give him an avenue of victory here. If he can go to time and survive through turns, he can actually win this. This may be his best bet for victory, which is pretty funny to see. You don't see Madness Settles being the singular avenue of success, but it also enables him to play Eroda's Ascendance. Now that Jake's at 3 life, he can play Eroda's Ascendance, dropping down to 1. If he really needs to. Now, Madness Settles means that Eroda can't lose energy from battle. So Jake attacking Ed's creature. Ed responding with a glimpse of the Sanctuary. And time is called during Jake's turn. That will mean that Jake is 0. Followed by Ed that's 1, 2, and 3. Into the rift coming out. Jake has to somehow survive these next 4 turns if he wants to win this game in a tiebreaker. Now, Jake, I believe, was turn 0. Ed, now turn 1. Ed just needs to send it home. Jake has so many tricks up his sleeve to delay the inevitable. Can Ed actually clean this up here? He's playing out his energy. Jake, if he has another Madness Settles or Chains in hand, it looks like he might not. He has to use a Glimpse of the Sanctuary to try to find it. Glimpse goes through. Ed gains an energy, although he already has so much in play. Jake needs a Madness Settles or Chains to even try to stay in. Chains of the Ancient One comes out to mill his deck, likely trying to generate some additional energy. He does. That's a combo trigger. He'll be able to interrupt and add an energy to his Eroda. Chains the Ancient One will also add an energy to a Rhoda. There's Devour and a Chains. Chains the Ancient One goes to grave. A Rhoda now sitting on 3. A Rhoda's Ascendance coming out. Surely Ed has a response to this. He does. He has a Cove. Jake finally defeated here as Ed's double flash fire swings in. Wow, what a crazy match. That was just game 1. Super close. Jake just trying so hard to hold on to this. And now we're moving into game 2, which may either be sudden death. Yeah, it is sudden death. First to damage wins. Jake going first. That means Ed actually has the advantage in this matchup. Going second means you get to attack first. And since they're in sudden death, all it takes is 1 damage. There is a world where Jake draws no creatures and is forced to take an attack on turn 2. So we'll see. If Jake manages to deal 1 damage to Ed, they will move into game 3 to determine the winner of this round. If Ed wins this game, he'll win the round and be 2-0, as well as Nick, and the 2 will face off in the final round to see who wins the tournament. If Ed loses, however, I think he'll still probably play Nick, but there's a chance that Jake would, if somehow Jake manages to win both game 2 and game 3. We'll see. Not sure why is there 24 cards in Ed's deck and 44 energy? And Judge just confirmed those deck sizes are correct, 24 and 44. Jake playing out his cards. Plays Mechanical Hallucination. That'll prevent Ed from playing Glimpse of the Sanctuary. Although Jake interestingly plays it on a pile of 1, meaning Ed just needs to play a Leech to destroy it, and he'll win the game. So very daring play by Jake. We'll see if he's feeling confident because the card's in hand or not. Ed going 3 piles of 1, followed by a End of the Rift for a 4th energy. Let's see what he does with it. Ed, 2 main deck cards in hand, 1 energy. If he doesn't get a creature out right now, he will lose this game, most likely. There's the Brigantine. This is his other card. We don't know. Brigantine will attack Hallucination. However, Jake responds, Chains the Ancient One. He's going to mill 3 cards. He really needs an irregularity here. He does not get it. That is huge. An irregularity would have kept this Hallucination alive for sure. Instead, Hallucination will lose 1. Brigantine can pop Hallucination if needed. And it looks like Ed is going to do that. And this is why Jake should have thrown the Hallucination on the pile of 2. He just He just lost the sudden death, and that's game, set, and match to Ed. It was a huge misplay by Jake. Probably. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered. If the hallucination was on the pile of 2, Ed would have been unable to deal damage here. I'm really surprised Jake kind of rolled the dice quite heavily. And that's game. Alright, Drifters. That's the end of this round. I will see you all soon. right, fellow drifters. Looks like the final round, round 3, will be starting once again in round 2. Alex and Nick and Ed all currently at, actually, Nick and Ed, I believe, are at both 2 and 0. They will be facing off here. Ed versus Nick. Ryan versus Alex on table 3. Zach versus Jake. Both Jake and Zach are 0 and 2. Ryan and Alex, I believe, are both 1 and 1. And then we have 2 and 0 players. Pretty cool to see how that played out. In the top left, we have Ed as the green player, and in the bottom left, we have Nick as the red player. We'll see who goes first in a moment. Looks like Nick is going first. Starting with some energy. And the clock has begun. Nick right now sitting on 2 and 1, considering what he wants to summon here. This will be a very different game than the 2 Nick previously played. Ed is playing a very meta deck, meaning it's a deck that's considered to be using a lot of the best cards in the game in the best ways possible, which isn't something Nick has really seen just yet today. Looks like Nick played the Caustic Silhouette, choosing not to use its ability to cycle a card out of his hand. Ed responds on his turn with 2 and 1 in a glimpse. Both players are going to benefit from that energy. Ed most likely not holding a leech in his hand, or he would have played it there. He's going to draw a card though. If he has a Brigantine in his hand, he'll be in a very solid position. Let's see if we find a Brigantine coming out on the side of Ed. Nick dropping a Anathema. Ed responding with a Forerunner. So this is one of the things I'm talking about. Nick hasn't really faced a Forerunner today, or Crystal Cove, and both Forerunner and Cove gonna hit Nick quite hard. I'm unsure why Nick just Nick just made a misplay there. This End of the Rift should have gone to his hand from the Forerunner. Instead, he discarded it and added a different card to his hand. I think he got confused. Anathema's effect was changed by the Forerunner, so it doesn't actually discard a card from the top of the deck to resolve. Unfortunately, because Nick kind of moved really fast here, I'm unsure which card in his hand was the card that should be on top of his deck right now. End of the Rift, I know, should be in hand, but Judge currently working with the players to figure this out. like Nick putting one card back in his deck and shuffling, then picking up the End of the Rift. He was given one warning for that. And play will continue. Nick playing out 3 energy here, followed by a Glimpse of the Sanctuary. Both players going to gain an energy. Nick draws a card. Glistening Undergrowth comes out on the side of Nick. That's going to let him reveal the top or bottom card of his deck. He chooses the top. It's another Glistening Undergrowth. Is he going to send that to hand? He does. He could have used it to destroy an energy instead, but he opts to pick it up and play it again. Reveals top card. It's a Chronograph that goes to hand. Undergrowth resolves. Chronograph, he has to be happy to see that. That's such a great win condition for Nick to have so early in the game. Ed played against Zach round 1. Zach running a Chronograph, but I'm curious to see how Ed responds to it. I'm unsure if Ed really has faced a number of Chronographs before. We see a Flashfire come out that's going to generate another pile of energy for him. He's going to throw down a Regularity and his Chronograph. Curious to see if he has his Caustic trade with the Forerunner or what. Ed might have a Chains in hand. This looks like a Chains kind of turn. Otherwise, Ed's facing 7 damage already. Which, as you can imagine, is not what you want on turn 2. Okay, the Forerunner's destroyed by the Caustic. Is Ed going to take the 7 damage? He decides to play a Mysterious Sojourner. That's going to remove 1 energy from all rare creatures in play. Nick responding using Caustic's Afterthought ability, which lets him just draw a card. I don't think Nick runs Crystal Coves, so I'm not sure what he was looking for there. This'll save Ed a little bit, but not a lot. Nick also could have kept this Caustic Silhouette for his Chronograph. Currently, Ed is going to take 4 damage. And the Flashfire will generate an additional energy. Ed dropping to 6. It's much better than dropping to 3, I can tell you that much. And Nick still looking pretty strong. Plays a Glimpse of the Sanctuary here to draw another card. That was probably the card he pulled off of that Caustic. Caustic should be engraved. Here we go. And Ed drawing his turn. He really needs to make it count. He's kind of in hot water here. And that's the thing. If Ed's running Chains, there's a really good chance that it's going to be very difficult for Nick to actually close out this game, considering Nick is not running any Crystal Coves or Forerunners of his own. Symmetry Negation is just so popular because of cards like Chains and even Vortex, and to some extent Unsummon. Ed playing out his energy, just passing. You know he has Chains in hand at this point, and he can play them so comfortably, knowing that his opponent does not have Coves or Forerunners, which is likely why Ed's just choosing, I won't play anything. What's the point? My opponent can't actually hurt me. I might as well just build up my hand for a big turn. He's running 2 Mysterious Sojourners. He can use those to essentially level the playing field and then go for a big play. He's already used 1 though. Now he has to wait for a second one. Meanwhile, Nick throwing out his energy, throws out a Brigantine, throws out a Wonderwolf. We're most likely going to see Chains dropped now in response to the combat phase. There's the Chains. Nick. Oh, Nick is running Crystal Cove. I apologize. I totally forgot. He was running them in the previous games we observed. But Ed, also running Crystal Cove, does respond and freeze 1. Nick needs to add this energy back to his chronograph. Let's see if he notices. Chains fully resolves. Let a judge know. In the meantime, Ed playing out his energy. Ed looking pretty strong here. He's used 1 Cove, 1 Chains, 1 Sojourner. I mean, it's still not a great situation to be in, facing down 4 creatures, all with quite a bit of energy, but 1 Sojourner can really help even the playing field. He also managed to use up one of his opponent's coves. Glimpse of the Sanctuary coming out from the side of Ed. He'll be unable to, Nick will be unable to benefit from that. Ed still has another Chains in deck. If we see Ed pass his turn again, most likely he's sitting on another Chains in hand. Looks like he tries to enter creature phase. Nick responds with the Desecrated Shipwreck. Tremendously strong card in this situation. He's going to pay 1. Ed actually deciding to cove it. He's going to pay an energy for that. And then move along to creature phase. Curious to know what was in Nick's hand. Ed summoning that Flash Fire on a pile of 3. Oh. Accidentally merged the pile there. As I've mentioned many times before, a lot of these players have never used Tabletop Simulator before, so you got to give them a little bit of some leeway. Now, Nick could, of course, help Ed here. I'm not sure why Nick just returned that Crystal Cove to the grave. Nick played that Crystal Cove in response to Ed's Chains. That Crystal Cove should be frozen. May not matter. So I'll just let it go for now. This Flash Fire on a pile of 3, although it looks like now it's on a pile of 1. Ed's going to use a leech there, I think, to save the Flash Fire, I assume. Yeah, yep, there you go. We'll see. It looks like Ed may end his turn, or he may have a Singularity attack into Wonderwolf. Yeah, that looks like that's what's going to happen here. It's going to give Ed access to Chronological Relapse, which will be crucial. That essentially gives him additional Chains cards to play. Very big deal for him. Meanwhile, Nick taking his turn. Nick could potentially win here, but Ed having Relapse online now means that he does have a higher chance of having chains in response to this. And he's playing out his energy. Nick just playing out his cards. There's a Smoke Stream on 1, Caustic on 3. Nick's, unfortunately, this works out really well for Ed. Desecrated Shipwreck can no longer resolve because Nick has no cards in hand. He can send the Brigantine Engraved to hand. That will give him access to it, but it looks like Nick may have lethal unless Ed has something in his hand he can play. Ed activates Forerunner's special ability. Not sure, did he activate that in response to something? What did they... I'm unsure what they just activated. He can summon this, but I'm not sure why each player just drew a card. I think they're discussing it now, possibly asking for a judge. I believe the Forerunner just summoned itself normally, which means neither player actually draws anything. This will save Ed from defeat here. As Nick can only attack with one of these creatures now. Well, he'll attack here and then only have 5 left, I believe. Of course, Ed may still have responses in hand. I think this Flash Fire can generate a pile. They're currently still discussing. Judge still discussing with players. There was no effect or ability on the stack for Forerunner to target. And if you recall there, if you do, you may target one effect or ability on the stack, and that allows each player to draw 1 card. But with nothing on the stack to target, nobody will draw anything here. Alright, so I've been told that the what they did is they had the Forerunner target Flash Fire's effect. When it attacks, it generates a pile of energy. So it prevented the pile of energy from being attacked and allows each player to draw a card. Looks like Nick opting to have chronograph trade in with the Forerunner. Okay, now I'm confused as to what's happening here. Why did he just take a damage and make a pile? Alright, I think maybe it's because of playback. Flashfire attempts to attack, respond to summon, they each draw a card. Flashfire playbacks, attacks again, the effect is back, it creates an energy. So I think that's what happened there. It's a little hard for us to follow along without any audio, but I believe that is what occurred. And that is going to hit Ed for a lot of damage here. And you can see this mounting chronograph force. Right now, Nick has a possible 30 damage in play. Ed almost cannot possibly come back from this, with the exception of chains. Chains will be the only thing that allows Ed to stay in this game. He does have chronological relapse, and I believe he has one more chains left, so the odds are certainly there that he can stay in this game from that effect. But other than that, nothing else will save him from the chronograph the Legion. Just 30 damage, it's too hard to defend against. Looks like Ed currently looking through Nick's grave. That's usually a sign he has chronological relapse. Now, I'm not sure, is that desecrated? That should have resolved at the end of Nick's turn. I'm not 100% positive. There's the relapse. We see things not looking super great. Well, he does have another relapse here. It looks like he chooses to pick a Glimpse of the Sanctuary. My guess is he's desperately trying to find a chains here. And Ed concedes the game. Well fought attempt by Ed. But Nick with some really good early game pressure put on to Ed. Wait, is that not the... Yeah, that's the end. Is it? I'm not sure what I just watched happen. Okay, it looks like the game's still going. Ed's playing Vortex. I apologize. It is kind of hard to follow along sometimes. Glistening Undergrowth does come out. It's going to reveal an Anathema. Nick quickly sends that to his hand. You hear the yoink sound effect immediately. Now, the thing is, Nick realistically doesn't really need much here, but he knows Ed desperately wants a Chains to be played. Nick unable to fully summon this Anathema. Vortex still in the stack. Does Nick have a Crystal Cove here? I don't think he does. Nick saying no response. Ed saying, alright, I'm going to play out this Chains that I have. A great turn by Ed. This is going to keep him in it. But his opponent still has a tremendous amount of damage in play. He's now looking at 48 damage on the side of Nick. All it's going to take is one turn in which Ed does not have Chains, and Nick will be capable of ending the game. Meanwhile, it looks like, not sure when this happened, but this wrapped up recently. Looks like Vortex is going to resolve here. Nick passing his turn. So we know he did not have a Crystal Cove. And drawing the remaining cards in his deck. Now, Ed currently does not have an actual Chains in his deck, and I believe he's used both Chronological Relapses. This is huge. This is Nick's opportunity to beat Ed here, although I believe Ed may have a Vortex in hand. If he does, he'll likely Vortex Nick going into Nick's next turn, and that may draw him into Chains. We'll see. But as mentioned, Nick currently has 48 damage on board thanks to his Chronograph Val Legion. Ed playing an End of the Rift just to draw an energy. Ed playing out his energy from hand. Nick's currently sitting at 3 cards in hand, though. Dropping this Flash Fire. I think that's the thing, though. Ed is playing, a very control-oriented deck, while Nick is playing very aggro. The deck's all about moving hard and moving very fast. And that's can sometimes overwhelm a control-centric deck like Ed's, but Ed building up a very large board here. However, this won't be enough to stop the Val Legion play. If Ed wants to actually survive the round, he needs to just pass his turn here. If he destroys the Caustic Silhouette and the Flash Fire, Nick unbelievably using his Crystal Cove on the Leech. I can't believe it. That Crystal Cove could have been used on a Vortex or Chains being played by Ed, but instead he opts to use it on a Leech. Ultimately, he spends 1 energy just to delay his opponent from gaining an energy. But Ed only 1 card in hand. The big question, is it a Vortex? I believe it is. Nick now currently possesses the means to deal 80 damage to Ed. That's right, 80 damage. No amount of creatures on Ed's field at this point will really save him here. Nick dropping down to 3 life points. The big question is, does Ed have a Vortex in his hand? If Nick had just saved that Chains. Oh, if he had just saved that Chains, he could guarantee victory here, but... Wait a second. Brigantine activating its ability. Yeah, he's still going to be fine. Brigantine activating its ability doesn't really mean much here. The big question is, does Ed have Vortex? Will Nick be punished for using his Crystal Cove prematurely? You have to reshuffle his deck. Draw a card. Nick has lethal. There's the Vortex. Nick needs to have Crystal Cove in hand, or he'll lose this opportunity. And this is why you don't. Oh, he has an End of the Rift, and he's tied with Ed. Incredible! Nick can win the game right now with his Chronograph Legion. 80 damage. No, it's even more than that now. It's 88 damage. Nick will actually win right here if he attacks with all of his afterthoughts. Let's see what happens. Looks like Nick playing out his energy. Now, this is game 1. It's been 30 minutes so far. Will Nick attack with his afterthoughts? He's playing Glimpse. His opponent has nothing in his hand. He could just end the game right now without doing anything. Not Ed gaining energy there. Nick adding a Cove to his hand. Playing out Caustic Silhouette, discarding an End of the Rift to draw a card. This should be game. Yeah, it looks like Nick is indeed attacking with his afterthoughts. He currently has 88 potential damage. There's zero way for Ed to stop this from happening. Nick will take game 1 versus Ed. Chronograph Val Legion once again proving why it is probably the most powerful card alongside Hazardous Brigantine in this set. No other card, not even Chief Bandit, usually hits 88 damage. Ed attempting to stop it, it's just not going to be enough. And there you go, folks. That should be game 1. Nick showing us that he actually had 2 Coves in hand. In addition to that End of the Rift, he was more than prepared, although one of those he just drew. Still, there's setting up their decks for the next game, which will be game 2. Ed will be going first. Wow, what a great game by both players. Ed managed to get it very close, but unfortunately just didn't have the juice to hold off one more assault. He just really needed a Chains. That Vortex would have been critical to procure that Chains. Fortunately, Nick had all of the answers to it in his hand and was able to stave off that Vortex and win the round, or win the game, sorry. In the meantime, looks like on table 3, Ryan wins 2-1 against Alex, meaning Ryan will finish this tournament 2 wins, 1 loss. Alex finishing with 1 win, 2 losses. And next us, Zach beat Jake 2 to 0, meaning Zach, I believe, is at 1 win, 2 losses, and Jake at 0 wins, 3 losses. Meanwhile, it looks like Ed energy phase. Nick plays a glistening Undergrove. Didn't see what he added to his hand. Ed playing his cards here. 2 energy, followed by 1. Hazardous Brigantine dropping on the pile of 1. And a Hazardous Brigantine dropping on a pile of 2. You really like to see this if you're Ed. And a first turn Vortex against Nick. Does he have a response? He does. He has a Crystal Cove. There's nothing Ed can do to stop it. End of the Rift, of course, would have been nice, but the Crystal Cove will do. Here comes the energy on the side of Nick. Let's see if he opts to play anything here. He does. He decides to play Flash Fire to generate some of that energy for him, and a Brigantine on his own. Curious to see what might happen here. 2 Brigantines on the side of Ed. Very difficult challenge to overcome. Nick choosing to trade his 1 energy brig for the 2 energy. I mean, I think regardless, both players will end up with a barren field here. I think Nick does kind of have a nice advantage, though. He is generating energy off that Flash Fire with that attack. And that's going to mean that on Ed's turn, at the end of Ed's turn, he's going to have to Vortex with his final energy. It looks like Ed, sorry about that, Ed used his Brigantine ability to pop this energy, or to move off the energy before anything could happen. Then he popped it. Both Brigantines to destroy the, or 1 Brigantine to destroy the Flash Fire. Wait, where did the blank energy go? Yeah, there you go. Wait, I'm confused as to what just happened there. It looked like both Brigantines... No. I see what happened. Okay. Yeah, this is the correct board state here. I think. Yeah, that's the grave. There we go. Nick, though, I do believe has an advantage here. Both players with absolutely nothing, but Nick does have a Brigantine in play. Ed does not. This is Ed's graveyard. And additionally, Ed's going to have to resolve this Vortex at the end of the turn, which will give Nick 3 free cards. And will cost Ed an energy. So, Nick looking very strong in this game, too, right now. And drawing, decides to play his energy out. Let's see if Nick decides to pop one. No, Nick's just gonna let it happen for the moment. Yeah, Nick does pop that second energy. Here comes another energy on the side of Ed. He does have those Brigantines in his graveyard. We know he'll use. Ed opts to make a pile of 2. I'd be surprised if we didn't see a Brigantine. No, yeah, we're going to see a Flash Fire summon first. That's going to make a pile of 1 for that Brigantine to join. Most likely we're going to see his 3 damage go to Nick, followed by, and there might be a glimpse of the Sanctuary here as well, but followed by the Vortex paying off the Brigantine. That's going to allow him to make Brigantine an afterthought. Or, let's see what he's playing here. Is this a glimpse or is this another creature? He has 2 cards in hand. He was hovering over this one. He could play another creature. When Flash Fire attacks, will generate another energy for the Brigantine to move to. Looks like he does attack with the Flash Fire. Ed wants to move that Brigantine out to attack with the Brigantine as well. That's going to be 3 damage to Nick. Vortex is going to resolve. It's really unfortunate for Ed, but great news for Nick. It's going to cost Ed an energy as well as these 2 cards in his hand. Meanwhile, Nick's going to get 3 free cards off of it. Nick moving a little too fast there. He flipped over his opponent's own card and drew 3 energy right away. But Ed has 0 responses to this. He does pay from the Brigantine, as I figured he would. He couldn't Into the Rift himself because he has more life points than his opponent, unfortunately for him. And that's going to go back to Nick here, who's going to have 6 main deck cards. This is Nick's opportunity to mount a comeback and take control of this game, considering he went second. It's always something you got to work hard for. But Ed also holding 3 cards in hand. I would be surprised if there was not a Chains or some Crystal Coves in there. Nick going 2 and 1. Remember, Nick does have his own Brigantine in grave. Into the Rift to generate another energy. Oh. He changes his mind. And this matchup, Into the Rift, actually will help Nick, so I think he realized, wait, I've been playing Into the Rift all day. I probably don't need to now. Plays a Chronograph Allegiant and a Wanderwolf, the Interfere. If you're Ed, this is definitely not what you want to be looking at right now. Looks like Wanderwolf gets popped by Ed's Brigantine. Will Chronograph attack into Flashfire? I'm assuming so. I think Ed's attempting to move Brigantine back onto the pile of 1. Chronograph swinging on the pile of 2, Flashfire. Nick's win condition is already ramping up, but Ed most likely holding on to Chains for when he knows he really needs it, because that's the thing. Chronograph, very aggressive card, but helps absolutely not at all on defense. So Nick is totally vulnerable here. Ed could theoretically win this game 2 right now. Not sure what's in Nick's hand, but we know he doesn't run Chains. Ed just needs to somehow get 7 energy on the board right here. If he has a Flashfire, maybe some Glimpses, that will help. Let's see. Ed's thinking really hard about what he wants to play. Decides to play Into the Rift. I'm surprised that stayed in his hand for so long, but he'll be drawing in energy from this. This is going to put him at 5 out of 7 energy. If he has a Flashfire in hand, he may be able to generate enough to win. Here comes the Glimpse. It's going to give him an energy and lets him draw a card. Now, he does need 8 energy to win because of that Wanderwolf, though. First time your opponent damages your life points each turn, you take 1 less damage. This is a big deal. Ed may win here. He has to really think hard about what he plays. He brings out Brigantine on the pile of 3. So currently he can deal 3 damage to his opponent. Nick doesn't have a lot of cards that can stop that. It looks like Ed, unfortunately, missing out on 1 creature. Nick took 1 extra damage than he should. Wanderwolf does prevent one, and it's a mandatory effect. And Nick should be at 4 health there. Ed attempts to play Vortex. Nick with an End of the Rift, followed by Ed with a Cove on the End of the Rift. And Ed responding. Almost looked like he was going to move his Brigantine for some reason. Nick lets the Cove resolve. Ed paying from his Brigantine. Nick no longer has any responses. Decides to play Desecrated to take out 1 energy on the side of Ed. Here's the thing. If Ed isn't careful, Nick could win. Possibly. Really depends on if Nick can destroy that energy on Ed's side of the field. Doesn't look like he can, though. He is going to play an Anathema. That's going to add 2 energy to the bottom of his deck and mill a Glimpse of the Sanctuary from the top. It's not really doing a whole lot, but it does give Nick some resources for his Crystal Coves. And it looks like he's going to have to discard the rest of his hand. As we can see, it's all creatures and some energy. Ed responding with a Chains. Nick's kind of playing a little fast here. Ed hasn't drawn his 3rd hand yet, or his next hand yet. Looks like they are going to go to time limits. And the Vortex already resolved. This End of the Rift will just give Nick 1 energy. Nick keeps playing the energy on the wrong pile there. Letting the judge know that Nick did have 2 energy under deck. Meanwhile, Nick kind of forced into a corner here. This may be it for him for game 2. He has nothing that can stop Ed from attacking and ending this game. But he did come very close to winning it as well. Very close indeed. As mentioned before, Nick's deck highly aggressive, and Ed's deck very control oriented. So essentially, kind of the luck of the draw. The one player will most likely dominate the other, depending on how the early game goes. In this case, Ed just ramped up faster than Nick could, and those vortexes, of course, critical part of that. Nick was looking good though at the start. He did have a chance to make a comeback. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out. The double Brigantine from Ed really helped him out a lot. And it looks like game 2 will go to Ed. We are going to go into a game 3. Nick will be going first. Will the judge... Yeah, they're going to have sudden death. First damage wins, which means Nick could choose to go second if he wishes. As we saw in Jake's game during round 2, Jake decided to go first and ended up losing to his opponent who went second. You got to be very careful in sudden death. It's a very different kind of game. Anyone can really deal just 1 damage. It's about playing for the long term, but in sudden death, the long term doesn't matter. Which means you really have to think super short term. If you're playing at 1 life, you should be making decisions that are different than normal. And going first can be dangerous in that regard. We do have to keep in mind Ed does have Vortex in his deck, so when Nick is deciding if he wants to go first or second, he has to consider, do I want to risk getting Vortex? Nick already drew his hand though, so yeah, he must have already decided that he wanted to go first. Decides to play the Glistening Undergrove. We see a Desecrated Shipwreck. It goes to his hand. Nick playing out his energy. Here we go. This determines the winner of this tournament. Nick getting a very strong first turn glimpse of the Sanctuary. We know Ed isn't running unsummoned, so he can definitely dump something big on this pile of 4. And he does. It's a Caustic Silhouette. Will he discard the Desecrated, or will he discard anything at all? He does discard the Desecrated. Interesting decision. I would have opted to keep that. Yeah, that might actually really come back to bite Nick in the back behind here, because that Desecrated being discarded, now Ed can split his piles as he wishes. He decides to go for one big whole stack, so it looks like discarding the Desecrated worked out for Nick. Ed throwing down a Silent Regularity. That's not a good sign. Ed may have absolutely nothing in his hand. This may be game. Nick may win right here, right now. There's most likely nothing Ed can really do. He might have a Chronological Relapse. So when Silent Regularity gets destroyed, he may be able to relapse into Nick's Glimpse of the Sanctuary or Glistening Undergrove and hope to draw into a Chains or something. Looks like Nick is going to attempt to attack. We do see Chains come out. Does Nick have a Crystal Cove? He does. He has a Crystal Cove. Does Ed have a Crystal Cove? He does! It's a double Cove! Incredibly lucky by Ed. He was super safe this turn. It's going to be very hard for him to make a comeback, though. Nick looking very strong. Ed, of course, having to pay for that Crystal Cove as well. Chain's going to remain in play. And Nick passes turn. Nick still looking very strong. Has a very high chance of winning this. And drawing his next hand of 3. Technically, both players, I believe, are at 10 health, just in case someone was using a card that required them to pay life points. But neither of these players are, so that would be why the judge set it at 1. Ed playing out his energy. The main deck cards he drew have to be good here. I think a Glimpse. Yep, there's a Glimpse. Nick does not benefit from that unless he moves. Nick can respond to this by moving his Brigantine off, popping the single energy. Glimpse will only go here. Nick should do that. Nick should absolutely do that right now. It would be a great play on his part. The other reason the 1 health matters is because of Chronological Relapse. Nick does see it. He moves Brigantine. No. I'm not sure what just happened there. Oh, Ed saying, Ed, in response to Brigantine's activation, activates Forerunner. That turns Brigantine's ability into each player draws 1. So Glimpse will resolve. Forerunner gets summoned here. And still with 2 main deck cards in hand. What are they? Nick can still win the game depending on what these cards are. That is not a card Ed wanted to see in his hand. That's very unfortunate. He has only 1 main deck card in his hand. If it is not a Chains or Chronological Relapse, he may have lost right now. Brigantine, I'm not sure, can save him. There's the Brigantine. That might save him, actually. I can't really calculate the math right now. But Brigantine effectively both an attacker, defender, and able to pop 2 energy. It's a lot. There's a reason Brigantine is the most meta card in the game. And let's see what happens. Tegos asking what happens in a draw. In normal circumstances, if time runs out, right now we're playing in a rare circumstance where it's sudden death and players have 1 health point. But normally when time runs out, you enter turns. The current turn player is turn 0. Opponent is turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, game ends. If both players are still... Well, then you check life. Whoever has the most life wins. If players draw by having the same amount of life, you then check the... Like, I don't remember the specifics off the top of my head. You check either creatures or energy. I think it's creatures first. Then if it's the same, you check energy. And then if it's the same, it's cards in hand or something like that. So there's a lot of tiebreakers in that regard. If somehow both players equally drop life at the same time, which can happen, I believe it's the same tiebreakers as I just described. So if that answers your question, T-Ghost, sorry I didn't type that out. It would take me too long to explain all of that. Looks like Ed's forced to pass his turn. This is Nick's chance to win the tournament. Nick, during, I think, Ed's end phase, playing an Anathema. Mills the top card. It is a chronograph. Not a big deal. It's going to add 2 energy to his smoke screen. Surprised he did this during Ed's end phase. He could have used that Anathema as a summon. Let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt him. And this is not a chrono creature, so it does lose an energy to an Anathema. I think that pretty much guarantees that Nick wins the game. I'm not sure why Brigantine just went to grave there. Ed may have just conceded the game. No, he used Brigantine ability to pop the 1 energy off of us. Silent Regularity. Ed does have a Brigantine left in grave, but I can tell you right now, this will be game over, I think. Unless I missed something in the brief moment I was typing. Did Ed Vortex Nick? And I didn't see it? No, because Ed has no cards in hand. So this should be game over for Ed. There's absolutely no way for him to prevent Nick from winning here. Ed is attacking out, trying to whittle down as much energy as he can. Will he have the Brigantine attack, or will he just pass turn over to Nick? At the end of the day, what's going to happen here is Nick just needs to put a pile of 3 down, move Brigantine out, attack his opponent's Brigantine, and then attack with Smokescreen. Nick playing double End of the Rift for an additional 2 energy. And as I said, this will be game, but Nick does like to play out his final turn regardless. So he's going to play this. He drew 2 energy from End of the Rift, which will mean that he has a bunch of energy to play with, of course. There is a Wanderwolf on the pile of 3. And that should be game. Wanderwolf attacks Brigantine. No, Nick played this incorrectly. He should have made... Well, he should have made an additional pile here instead of a pile of 3. I'm not sure what he did with the rest of his energy, but now the Brigantine's going to come back and block. And that means that Nick hasn't won yet. Looks like Nick made a pretty big misplay there. That's going to cost him the win. He should have... I could have sworn he drew 2 additional energy. I'm not sure where they went. But he should have split his energy up so Brigantine can come out and attack with him, but he didn't do that. And now he has to pass play over to his opponent. And I just realized when Brig entered play, Smokestream's ability could have forced Brig to battle, and then Brig could have attacked for game. Or Smokestream could have attacked for game. I think Ed played a Mysterious Sojourner to kind of bait out a Crystal Cove there. Ed playing out his energy. Ed actually looking very strong. This game may flip on Nick's head. We'll see. But Ed with the Brigantine in play and all these cards coming out, he may have enough. He does. It depends on what's in Nick's hand, but Ed has enough for lethal right here and now. Ed could run Brigantine into this pile of 1. Blow up 1 on Smokestream. Flash fire attacks Smokestream. Brigantine moves out and attacks. Did Nick just throw this game? We'll see. It really depends on what's in his hand. I'm not sure he has anything in his hand that can save him here. Looks like Ed's taking a slightly different route. He found a better avenue, which will allow him to keep his flash fire just in case something goes wrong. Goes wrong, yep. Yeah, actually, this is the better play. He needs to hit for 2. Otherwise, Wonderwolf's ability would block the first damage. So Ed actually found a much better avenue than I did. Flashfire attacking to end the game. Once the Sanctuary to just draw into maybe something. And it looks like he did not draw into anything. That's going to be game. Nick, unfortunately, Nick had that game and just missed on that opportunity. Sometimes that happens. It happens to even veteran players. But Ed, winning this round and the tournament. Unfortunately, that's one of those things you just, it makes or breaks a veteran player versus a newer player. You're used to all those circumstances. You know what to look for. And unfortunately, Nick just not quite there, but he is looking really strong today. He came in 2-1, so nothing to laugh at. Most likely will be in second place. He also won the draft tournament yesterday. So that was the end of the tournament. I will be right back, guys, with the final results and to wrap up the stream. So I will see you soon. All right. Fellow drifters. Once again, thank you so much for watching. I know this tournament went on super late, but here are the final standings. In 6th place, we have Jake. In 5th place, we have Zach, 1 win, 2 losses. Jake was 0 wins, 3 losses. 4th place, we have Alex, 1 win, 2 losses. 3rd place, we have Ryan with 2 wins, 1 loss. And in 2nd place, we have Nick, 2 wins, 1 loss. And for the winner of Exodus Gen Con 2020, second and final constructed tournament, is Ed with 3 wins, 0 losses. Congratulations to Ed. And today I will have the prizes that I can also announce. As I mentioned before, participants get 3 times the organized play points, as well as a bunch of other random goodies. In addition to that, each participant was given a few extra packs as an apology for the event starting so late. Ed, who came in first, will get a champion playmat and 3 booster packs. Nick, who came in second, will get 2 booster packs. And Ryan, who came in third, will get 1 booster pack. And they'll get to choose which set the pack comes from. Artist signed cards will also be rewarded to the top 3 players, and raffles will randomly be distributed to each player. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. It was a great tournament. I enjoyed seeing all of these top-tier players duke it out. I apologize, my voice is slowly giving out towards the end of the stream. It's been a long 3 days, but hey, don't forget, there is a 4th day tomorrow, Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, will be the final tournament, and that is going to be a Set 5 draft, $18 buy-in. It's not too late to go to Gen Con and sign up to participate. You will be sent 4 physical packs in real life, as well as any secret rares and rare energies that you pull in those draft packs, and there is an increased rate of secret rares and a guaranteed chance of drawing rare cards. So definitely join us if you can, or tune in if you can't. I look forward to seeing all of you guys tomorrow for the final day of Gen Con 2020. I hope you guys have a wonderful Saturday evening. This has been Roland Wright, commentating for you once again. See you all tomorrow. Ciao.